Okay, well, thank you, Legend, for joining me here. So essentially, I'll just give you a bit of background on myself. I've just been watching you for a few years, and your output is incredible. I just saw looked at your channel recently. 6,700 videos at least on your Legend of Total War YouTube channel. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Right. I mean that's a daily output for years. Is that correct?
10 years, pretty much daily videos for 10 years, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And you're at this point you're amassing tens of thousands of views per video. Um, so with that sort of viewership, um, how does that change anything as far as your strategy in creating content as opposed to when you first began?
Absolutely. It's kind of difficult to let your channel backslide once you reach this point. So there's certain content that I just can't do anymore. Because if I do it, I'll slide back below a certain threshold and it'll feel like I've lost a lot of ground if I do that. So everything has to be very structured. There's only certain content that I can do. I feel more limited now than ever before, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, this is sort of what happens when you become a creator. When you begin, you just try and see what works, and then something does work, and then you sort of have to stick to it.
Right. Okay. Have you ever gone 3 or 4 or 5 days without uploading anything and then maybe noticed some kind of drop off in engagement?
I don't think I've not uploaded a video for 2 days in a row since 2013.
Right.
So I've had days where I've missed an upload due to technical issues, but it would only ever be like one day. And it definitely does affect things because that's just the structure that I've built the channel on. You absolutely don't need to get a video out every day, but that's what's works well for me.
Right. Okay. I have noticed Major Kill, who is another Australian compatriot in the Warhammer game, that I believe you have a relationship with. He uploads maybe 4 or 5 every 4 or 5 days, and obviously he's got a great viewership too. So I guess it's not like necessarily, would you say, a rule of thumb to have to post every day, but it's just consistency.
Consistency is the key. So he does
Right.
it every 4 or 5 days like clockwork. I do it every day like clockwork. That's what works for him because his videos are require a lot more time and editing and scripting and that kind of stuff, whereas mine can usually be recorded within about an hour, depending on the situation. And so I can get more videos done in the same amount of actual work time. So that sort of obligates me to get more videos out, whereas he gets more quality videos out.
Right. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So when you first began, I understand that you had a series. There were like 10-minute videos per release, showing off your Total War skills, breaking a record, essentially. Is that right? If I,
Yep,
yeah.
yep, that's right.
And so from the get-go, were you having success? You were having plenty of views, engagement from audience, were you?
Well, it's all relative. So I went from having no views to getting some.
Okay.
If I went back to getting the views that I was getting when I first started, I would hang up the channel because it was only a couple of hundred. You
Yeah.
don't make any money off that. The first entire year off YouTube, I didn't make a single cent. It just wasn't monetized at all. But that was when it was a hobby. And so when I first started YouTube, it was never the plan to make it a full-time job. I just wanted to basically brag that I could do this. But then when you see a door open for you, where you see a possibility where, hang on, if I keep going with this, I might actually be able to turn it into a full-time job. That's when I decided to actually take it seriously and refine what I was doing to try to monetize it and actually do it full-time, which has worked so far.
Right. So at what point in that journey of releasing content did you think that you could make it your full-time profession?
Probably about 6 months in, because it was approaching the end of that particular campaign, the one and only one that I ever intended to release,
Right.
and I realized that the channel was growing and that there was a market there for me, And so I thought I'll give it a shot. I'd be silly not to give it a shot, and so I did.
Right.
But it took several years before I was actually able to make it a full-time job where I was able to pay my bills. So
Right.
it was a long road.
I understand currently YouTube you've got to hit a certain threshold before you can become part of their like paid program essentially.
Yeah, but that doesn't really matter. The threshold is so low that if you monetize people before that point, they would only be making like $1 or $2 a month. It just isn't really worth monetizing people at that point. And I know some people will say, "Oh, but $1 or $2 is better than nothing." But for the administration costs on YouTube, it makes no sense for them to do that. Um, so not monetizing that first year is not a big deal for me because even if it was all monetized, I probably only would have made a grand total of like $100 for the entire year because there just wasn't that many views.
Right. I did ask you on a stream, I'm not sure if you recalled, about like YouTube's pay, and you seemed happy with it, content with it. So, I mean, that's pleasing to hear. And so I guess I'd like to talk about your sources of income from your YouTube channel, which is at around 470,000 subscribers. Is that correct?
469,000, but yeah.
Okay, right. I mean, like you think about if you had all those people in one place. I mean, that's the population of a city, right?
Yeah, but you got to keep in mind that most YouTubers that have been around for as long as I have what we call dead subscribers, where people have subscribed but have forgotten to unsubscribe. So that number can be very deceptive. I don't actually have 470 odd thousand followers, not even close.
Okay. But your live streams, you'll have a few thousand people tuning in at any one time?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah.
But not 470,000. This is why sub counts
Right.
can be very deceptive.
Right.
It's just basically it showcases like how long someone has been on the platform, not necessarily how big they are. Sometimes you've got channels with like 1 million subscribers that can barely break 1,000 views on a video. So it's not an accurate representation of how healthy a channel actually is.
Right. So YouTube will reward you based on what exactly?
You got to do everything right to get all the rewards that YouTube has to offer. You really need to do everything. So you need to get good watch time because they want people to stay on their platform. You need to get good click-through rate. If YouTube is pushing your videos out, like giving impressions, as in, on the sidebar, you actually see it there, and people aren't clicking on it, YouTube doesn't like that. People wants people to actually find relevancy on the platform that they're on. So if you're achieving good click-through rate, good watch time, good amount of engagement, and you're not breaking the rules, YouTube will reward you with more impressions so that you make more money, and the cycle goes on that way. But eventually every channel reaches what I guess you can call a plateau, where you've essentially reached the maximum amount of audience where you possibly can, and then YouTube, you start to decay a little bit from there. So
Right.
ebbs and flows.
So what is the future of your channel, do you think?
I have no idea.
Right. But you're still enjoying the work.
Well, overall, like on the grand scheme of things, yes. But there are days that I don't enjoy it. There are some days I wish I didn't choose this as a career, and there are some days that I'm very happy that I did it as a career. Not every day is the same. And in regard to the future, I'm very much at the whims of what Total War and YouTube does. At the moment, things are very quiet, so just maintain consistency and things are fine. But if Total War takes a nosedive, that is going to drastically affect me. If YouTube implements some sort of really bad policy that'll destroy the way I make content, that could also negatively affect me, and I either need to adapt or leave. Alternatively, things could go amazingly well. Maybe YouTube ups their rates, or maybe Total War goes through a new golden age, and all of these things can either benefit or hurt me depending on how it flows. I'm at a point where as long as I don't do anything ridiculously stupid, I am completely my future is in the hands of other people at the moment, which is frustrating, but I can't do anything about it.
Right. You used to sign off your videos. It was a bit of a catchphrase. See you next time, effers. You know, there are some prudish people out there that might not approve of a swear word. Did you notice any? Because I believe you don't do that anymore. Is that right?
Yeah, I stopped. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you notice any change in audience engagement or YouTube rewarding you or anything not saying something like that?
Didn't make a bit of difference.
Right.
Doing it or not doing didn't make any difference.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, so I've got 3 notes here. I want to know about your beginnings, going full time, and then tips for uber success. So, from the point that you decide to have a go at doing YouTube full time and becoming, like, getting your channel to where it is, was there anything that you can look back upon that really helped you significantly to get to that point?
I'd say that my mistakes and any time that I've failed has actually helped more than anything else because I learned from those experiences. I think that if I had come onto the scene and been a bit mild and been too afraid to take those risks, and while many of those risks blew in my face, it was a chance to learn and grow as a person. And I think that that has helped and hindered me the most throughout my journey on YouTube.
Right. Are there any specific examples there that you might like to share with us?
Well, I used to do these campaigns called pure evil campaigns for Medieval 2, where I would basically just try to be the biggest ass that I possibly could be. And for the time, those were fairly good, but I don't think I'd be able to get away with that kind of behavior now, even though it's just role-playing. Some people don't see it as role-playing, they see it as you projecting yourself into the game. So I can't really justify doing that kind of stuff anymore because it's not a reflection of who I am. It was just role-playing.
Right. So I haven't seen any of that stuff, so would it be like, so sacking settlements and like creating a narrative around it?
More like exterminating them and
Okay.
renaming the settlement something vulgar, or just being as vile as I possibly could be. But backstabbing wherever I could, using whatever exploit I could, just doing every underhanded, dirty thing I could possibly think of.
Right. Okay. So, are there any other aspects to your career that you might think that might help other YouTubers?
Everybody's journey on YouTube is going to be different. I don't think anybody's going to be able to just look at my path and think that they can just replicate that. Everybody's going to have a different story. I think the best thing that people can do to learn from my experience is to not be afraid to take risks, but when you do see success in something, sort of don't let that go away. You know, jump onto it and really hyper focus on it, because that's what I did and that worked for me, and that's what pretty much every other creator that I've seen get successful do as well. But if you're at the beginning, it's important to try different things and be open to growing as a creator and as a person, because we're not perfect people and there's always room for improvement.
Right. And you have really treated it as a career for many years, so that means we're talking having the self-discipline to put in, say, 8-10 hours a day, is it?
Yep. Well, there was one time where I was probably working about 18 hours a day, but sometimes that isn't seen. People can look at a channel and see, oh, he released a 30-minute video today. That means he worked for 30 minutes, but there might be tens of hours of work behind the scenes involved in that 30 minutes of video production. Or it might be the simple case of live streaming for 8 hours a day non-stop, and also when you're live streaming. So for me, it was the midnight shift, doing from midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning. That takes a very heavy toll. I don't think I could do that anymore.
Yeah, you were live streaming pretty much every day, and you have retired from that. And you had a phenomenal 24-hour charity live stream playing Skaven.
That was the last of it for when I was full-time live streamer. I still come on every now and again, just do the odd live stream, but the live streaming 5 times a week for 6 hours a day, that is over. I don't think that's coming back anytime soon.
Right. And as far as sources of income through YouTube, so you'll be rewarded for your uploads, and then also you've got the super chats when you are live streaming. What portion of your overall YouTube income would have come from the live streams, if you want to divulge that?
Yeah, well, now that the live streams are over, I can more accurately assess how much I was getting from live streams, because there was two aspects to it. There was the amount of money that people would donate, but then there was also the amount of money that a VOD would generate through ad revenue after the live stream, and that depended on how well the VOD would perform. So I would say that ceasing live streaming probably dropped my income by 40 to 50%.
Okay, right. And then you've also got some sponsorships from some of your videos, like your tier lists. So at what point in your creator journey did that start happening?
Fairly recently. There were sponsorship opportunities offered fairly early on, like 2015, 2016, but these were like, you put in a fair bit of work and then you get $50 out of it. And I would say to creators, if that's the case, if they're being offered that kind of money, don't do it. Just don't waste your time. Focus on building an audience, because if you focus on trying to chase the corporations, it's going to reflect through your content, because you're just going to need to get so many of these corporations signing off for $50 deals, and that will hurt your growth. So I got to a point where I grew the channel, and then sponsorships started rolling in, and I was very picky with them. I rejected probably 95% of all sponsorship deals that came through, because it had to be a good fit for the channel. And I think that that's really important. But some people just, see a dollar sign and then go, I'll do it. But it's entirely up to you. Well, up to the creator, how they want to go about it. But that's what I did personally. I was very picky with it. I turned down a lot of sponsorships, which I don't regret.
Right.
I think it benefited me in the long run not to take up everything. Because there were a couple of sponsorships that I took up that didn't do very well. People responded to poorly. That hurt the channel, and it wasn't worth getting however much money to do that sponsorship, because it's extra work as well, because usually paperwork, and you got to get the video signed off, so it's extra work. And then if it hurts the channel, then it's not worth the however much money it is to do the sponsorship. It's got to be a good fit.
Right. And were there any other sources of income outside of YouTube and like third party sponsorship?
Some creators have Patreons that you could do, and I did
True.
do Patreon at least for a little while, so you have those kind of websites, which I think they're useful early on when you're just trying to scrape by, but when you get to a point where you don't need it, I think it's important to get rid of it at that point, which I did. I got rid of my Patreon. Once I started getting really successful, I got rid of it, and I don't regret doing that. I don't think I would bring it back.
Right.
I don't need it.
So do you think it kind of distracts from your primary, like, content?
It largely depends on how you go about things like Patreons, because you can just pop it there and say, hey, if you want to support me, donate $2 a month or whatever. And what a lot of people will do with Patreon is go further than that and offer special perks. And it depends on those perks, but sometimes people will offer a lot of perks that require them to do a lot of work, and so they end up doing several hours a day extra work because of the Patreon income that they're getting, and they're only getting an extra $100 or $200 from Patreon, and in my opinion that's not really worth it. So and the work that they're doing is sort of stifling their creativity, stifling their ability to grow the channel. So you can enter a situation with Patreon where if you go too hard with it, that you end up with a very small, very dedicated audience that basically entirely keeps your channel afloat, but completely eliminates your ability to grow as a channel.
Right.
But everybody's journey is different. Like Major Kill, for example, he has a Patreon and he does it brilliantly successfully by selling hentai. I don't know how he managed to do it, but he does it amazingly well. So if you ask him about Patreon, he might give you a very different answer, maybe a better answer. But my experience with Patreon, for the experience that I'm trying to offer people, I didn't have anything extra to offer with Patreon, so that's why I closed it down.
Right. I do recall one stream that you had, and I believe Coca-Cola donated $2, and I think I'm not sure whether the jury was out as to whether it was actually Coca-Cola.
Yeah, it was.
It actually was, and you were like, I'm not. And once you realised that, you said, add a couple of zeros onto the end of that, right? And then I'll read out your super chat, because it's like it's Coca-Cola, and they actually jumped in there.
I remember that. That was actually very funny. This was something that that big companies were doing. They were going on to fairly large streams, doing a super chat of $2, where they would actually like write a read, like an ad read, where it said, "Oh, I drink Coca-Cola every day. Coca-Cola's the best," or whatever. And I think KFC or Red Rooster, they did it as well. And so Coca-Cola did this, and it was a $2 super chat. And I was halfway through reading it before I realized what was going on. And so I slammed the super chat down and went, "Nah, I drink Pepsi. Pepsi's great. I drink Pepsi every day." And I basically punished them for trying to do that. But it was a pretty clever technique, and I don't think anyone took it too seriously.
Right. And I do recall someone else in the chat tried to make a joke mentioning like a fictional cola of Boko Haram, which is a like Islamic terrorist group, and then you had to the reason why I bring this up is because that's something you have to grapple with as far as audience potentially creating a negative environment.
Yes, that will happen all the time. You got to be very careful with that. Sometimes just a single audience member might come in with malicious intent and put something in the super chat or in the chat entirely designed to blow things up and cause huge problems. And so when you've got thousands of people watching, sometimes you can't sit there and just carefully read every single message, which is why oftentimes I completely misread a lot of messages because I'm just having to go through it so quickly. But you've got to be very careful that if somebody writes something in a different language, that you don't read it out. If you don't know the language, don't read it out. Because if they're trying to get you to say like racist tones or whatever in a different language, you can still get in trouble for doing that even if you don't know what you're saying. So you have to not be a mindless robot and just read out the super chat sometimes. And that can be very difficult to self-teach yourself.
Right.
Especially when you've been streaming for 6 hours, you're tired, your guard's down. The chat's been perfectly fine for 6 hours straight, and then one dimwit decides that they want to just ruin the whole thing for everyone and try to get you to say something racist accidentally. So you got to be very careful.
Right. And you also don't allow green skin language in the super chats.
I just don't like reading it out.
Yeah.
I don't mind if they do it. I'm not going to read it out.
Right.
That's another thing as well. If you got to be careful not to start precedences. So if somebody puts a $100 super chat and then writes a whole green skin sentence where you and asks you to read it out as if you were a green skin, and then you do it, then other people be like, "Oh, cool, I'm going to do that next." And then the amounts get less and less and less. And before long, you'll end up with $2 super chats where you're reading out full sentences as a green skin. So you have to put your foot down and say, "I'm not going to do something that's going to set a bad precedence that's going to lower the experience for everybody else involved." Because otherwise, you're trading money for growth, and that's really bad. Another thing that would happen that was very similar is that people were doing like renames. They would donate like $2, $10, whatever to rename something. But then there was one stream where somebody was just dollar, just renaming every bloody unit. And at some point I had to say, all right, no more, because half the stream was me spent renaming stuff rather than actually playing the game. So you've got to be very careful with donations sometimes. Sometimes, even if somebody is donating something, they're actually hurting if you do what they want you to do, and you have to put your foot down and say, "I'm not doing that. We haven't agreed to this prior to you donating, so I'm not going to agree to this thing that you've requested me to do." Right.
So as far as your managing your audience, you can do so somewhat with YouTube, like the mechanics like blocking people. For a while with my channel, I didn't allow comments because I actually couldn't really cope with like negativity. Whereas it seems like you have the comment section open, and I understand that the YouTube algorithm does reward that, and they want to see videos have engagement.
That's a good point. Sometimes you don't want to hear people's comments, because sometimes people just have a bone to grind with you, and nothing you do can make them happy. But if you turn off comments, you turn off a certain amount of engagement, that people have come to. It's not just about watching the video, it's also about that engagement for a lot of people. And if you deny them that, then you're giving them a reason to not be your viewer anymore. And while you will get the odd pain in the ass viewer every now and again that will just say nothing but bile, you have the option to isolate that person and remove them from the equation by banning them, other than punishing everybody with a nuke all comments approach. So that's what I try to do. I go through, and if I see anyone being particularly venomous, just get rid of that person. Don't explain it to them. Just ban them straight up. They don't even realize they've been banned. But there's no point having this conversation with people that have that much like hate to deliver.
Right.
So just put them to the side and just forget about them. Let everybody else who has something positive to say something, and just remove all the negativity as much as you possibly can.
Right. And I do think when you do look at your YouTube channel as a business, I suppose you do start putting up with more negativity because it's just part of the game, wouldn't you say?
You got to put up with a certain amount. You can put up with criticism.
Yeah.
There's a difference between criticism and negativity. So if some people are saying things like, "Oh, your video is laggy," that's criticism. I have to deal with that. If "Oh, you could have done better in that battle," that's a fair thing to say. But if they're saying things along the line of, "Oh, why you played this game? You should play this game instead. You suck." That kind of stuff crosses a line that you can sort of get rid of. So you just need to know where that line is, so that if someone crosses it, you can deal with it. But if they don't cross it, you have to allow it.
Right. So I guess getting personal is obviously just a no-go.
That's entirely up to you. Some people will allow for personal insults in their chat. I don't allow it because it sets a bad precedent. As soon as you allow people to talk to you a certain way, it'll start more people doing it. People kind of are a bit of a follow the leader, where if they see a certain behavior being acceptable, they'll start to do it, even if they weren't originally going to do it. But if you squash it straight away, they'll know their place right away. They'll know that certain behavior isn't going to be tolerated, because most people don't want to get banned. They want to participate. Some people don't care if they get banned. They actually go out of their way to try to get banned because they like to be a victim, so they can run off to Reddit or whatever and be like, "Oh, I got banned in his chat, and all I did was criticize him." But what he actually did was being hugely insulting. So it's a tough line you got to cross, and managing comments is part of the job.
Right.
A big part of the job.
So I've taken up a bit of your time here. Is there anything else that you would like to mention about your career? Any sort of insights that might be helpful?
I think just vague advice helps the most. I mean, you always want to try to grow as much as a person. You have to not put up with bullcrap from people, but you also need to try to do the best you can by everyone else. You know, don't try to scam people. If you make a mistake, own it, and try to be as respectful to other creators and also your audience as possible. And I've tried to do that, and I've definitely failed many times. But all you can hope to do is just be better tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for your time, Legend, and thanks for all the content that you give us. You know, especially during COVID lockdowns, and I think your viewership would have increased during the COVID lockdowns. Did they?
Yes,
Did it?
COVID increased viewership for sure. So when it was over, everything went down. Things calmed down a little bit after COVID, for sure.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks again for what you do. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
I'm happy to answer any questions, but I don't have anything specifically that I want to get out there.
Right. Well, you mentioned you were doing a Nagash live stream at some point.
Next, yeah.
Yeah. So at this point, are you going to be planning those sorts of things, or it's kind of like, oh, I feel like streaming today, and then you'll jump on?
Yeah, it'll just be random. Like, I haven't streamed in a month just because I haven't felt like it. So I might not stream for another month. I don't know. It's not my job anymore, so I'll just do it whenever I feel like it. And if it comes tomorrow, great. And if it doesn't, oh well. It's just as soon as I feel like it.
Right. So, will YouTube pay you a lump sum per video, or it's like, say, across a month you've had this amount of views, and therefore...
Yeah, you get paid at the end of every month, so like clockwork. YouTube is actually the most reliable, employer. It's not my employer, but It's the most reliable method of getting paid that I've ever had. It's actually funny. All throughout my YouTube career, up until recently, people said, "Oh, you can't do YouTube full time. It's so unstable. You know, you got to get a job security." I've never had more job security than with YouTube because they pay me exactly on time. I never have to dispute it. They're always correct. YouTube is an amazing employer. They're really, really good. The only thing is, I just have to make sure I deliver the views and make sure the videos are monetized, and then I will reap the rewards as long as I've done my part.
Right.
And that's the way I think it should be. So the system works really well.
Okay.
At least for me.
Right. So at this point, do you have a guarantee? Like, is there any doubt about how much money you're going to make per payday?
Oh yeah, there's huge amounts of doubt.
Okay.
I don't know what's ever going to happen. All I know is, like, if I deliver a certain amount of views, I'll get a certain amount of money. But I don't know if I'm going to get those views. You know, next month might be abysmal in terms of money. I have no idea what's going to happen. It's all determined on the content that I can make, which is also determined by what people send in to me, but also how people are feeling about the game at any given time. If Total War Warhammer tomorrow dies and just nobody plays it, my channel has to adapt straight away. That's unlikely to happen, but that's a case to consider. And also, if another amazing game comes out, I have to make the decision whether or not to switch to that game. Or incorporate it along with Warhammer. These are things that I have to consider. So I don't think I've got like a salary which I can guarantee every month. So there's variations. I have good months and bad months, but the overall average for me is quite good.
Right. So do you set yourself, like, I'm going to work 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day? Do you set that sort of self-discipline, or do you have a different strategy as far as, like, I want to accomplish something per day?
Yeah, it's about accomplishment. I
Right.
need to do a certain amount of work. If it takes me 15 minutes to get that work done, awesome. That's very unlikely. If it takes me 10 hours to get that work done, then so be it. I have to get a certain amount done every day. It's just that ever since I stopped live streaming, the amount that I need to get done every day has been a lot more manageable because I don't have that 6-hour live stream that I have to do. So it allows me a lot more freedom with my videos.
Right. And it was live streaming every day for years, was it?
Yeah, several years, from 2019 to the end of 2022.
Yeah. And you did stream on Twitch, I recall, and you made the
I stopped
change.
streaming on Twitch in 2018. See, Twitch was never really a job. That was a hobby. But I didn't take it seriously. I didn't obey the rules. I got in trouble. And I just sort of saw that Twitch wasn't really much of a future for me. So I instead tried YouTube and saw that there was amazing potential there. So I did my best to obey the rules and grow because I saw the incentives were there for me. So I think that's why I misbehaved on Twitch, because I didn't see any potential. And that's why I've tried so hard to behave on YouTube, because I knew that there was a lot of potential there for me to reap rewards as long as I did that.
Right. Yeah, and I've noticed that you haven't put basically any effort into YouTube Shorts. Is that something that you're thinking about?
Well, it's always important to know your audience as much as possible. The Total War audience are mostly men, mostly in their early 20s to mid 30s. Obviously, there's variation on that as well, but that's the majority of my audience. These are, typically speaking, not people that enjoy shorts. Shorts are more like dominated by TikTok, more dominated by popular media, not really dominated by games. I'm monitoring what other people are doing with shorts, and nobody is achieving any means of any real success. They're getting good views on these. Sometimes they're getting good views on these shorts, but they're not making any money. So it's not a sustainable method at the moment, because the market isn't there for shorts, at least with the Total War scene. It's definitely there with other popular scenes, but you have to understand your audience. That's the most important thing. Just because something is popular in another niche doesn't mean it's going to be popular in your niche. So one day I might hyper-focus on shorts, but it's not anytime soon, because people are not demanding shorts at this stage. So I'll just keep making the content that I'm currently making, because that's what I think is people are demanding.
Right. Yeah, and I think the nature of Total War is that it is these long campaigns, and the fact that you could be drawn into playing the game for hours and hours on end in your live streams goes to show that that long form strategy is probably wiser, right?
Longer form is typically more rewarded, but it depends. The more condensed definitely works as well. The highly edited videos, we are starting to see some people do that kind of stuff with a lot of success. But as for getting a short, like a under a minute video, just detailing a very small aspect of the game, these are not a method just yet with which to build a Total War business around. Not yet, anyway. It's just not quite at that stage.
Right. And
it's not what necessarily people are demanding right now.
Right. And I think as far as being a creator, they've introduced a new threshold to become part of the creator program, hitting a certain, and it's like something, it's a lot of shorts views, and naturally within shorts, like people can flick through them and you will amass more views, and I've found that with my sports channel. So it's interesting that you say that you actually haven't seen much success from other Total War YouTubers. Is that right? With shorts,
there are people that are trying it out, but the people that I've spoken to have not expressed a lot of success with shorts at this stage. So I've spoken to a few people, and they've mostly said that it's been a waste of time. Mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that's going to be the case in the future. It's something that we need to monitor. If the zeitgeist changes and people suddenly want even shorter form content and they want to see shorts, and there's all it takes is one channel to get super popular with type of content before everybody starts doing it. So it's just a case of who's going to be the leader when it comes to breaking into shorts, if that is even going to be the case. There's also the possibility that the demographic, mostly men, mostly in over 20s, don't want to watch shorts. And if that's the case, then nobody's going to be successful doing those shorts, but we have to monitor that.
Right. And you did establish a Total War creator program, I believe?
It's not a program, it's a network.
A network, yeah. So how is that going?
Yeah, it's fine. It's more like a safety net for people if they run into problems, think of it like a kind of like a union where we're all there together helping each other out. So if people want feedback on their videos, they can submit them, and then other people can provide feedback. If they run into problems with ad revenue, if they want to get information about potential scams, the resources are there for them so they don't get caught out, so they can learn from our methods. But also, and this hasn't happened yet, but if there's ever squabbles in between YouTubers, we can sort it out there. The Total War community for the past few years have been pretty much squabble free, so that's been very good. But the resources are there now if any of these things occur. And this was largely brought up due to the lack of support that happened from Creative Assembly post-launch of Warhammer 3, so that if we ever do get that situation again, we don't have so many creators that just pack up and leave, which is primarily one of the reasons why I created this group, is to try to prevent, or try to not allow, how do I put this? Make it so that people don't feel like it's hopeless doing YouTube, and that there's better days ahead when tough times come along, which they will. There's going to be tough times in the future. There's going to be good times and bad times. So the network is there to give people some hope that better times will come along.
Right. Yeah, because you promoted Dame Offensive before, and I believe that she's essentially just stopped creating content. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. And she's got tens of thousands of subscribers, or she had pretty decent
yeah, she was
interaction,
doing very well,
right?
and she was essentially the first big so it was a big deal for her to sort of break into this market. And with her absence, when she left, it did fill a little bit of void, which is starting to be filled out with other people. But I thought it was really important for Total War, because it's been a sausage fest for decades. And seeing women actually get involved and being able to compete, doing the same content that the men were doing, it's a really good thing, because it also forces the men to lift their game as well. It's all a good thing. And with her leaving, that's not been a good thing for the overall community, because we need more creators being innovative, pushing themselves, not just everybody just doing the exact same thing. Like doing a reaction video every time Creative Assembly does a blog. That kind of stuff creates a stagnation with the community that's really bad. We need creators who are trying different things and growing. People like Dame Offensive and Anticity who are growing, forcing everybody else to try to compete around them. And it creates a little bit of jealousy, but it's not a bad thing.
Right. So how do budding Total War creators get involved in this group that you've got,
We
or
just
the
need
community?
To make content. That's all.
Okay.
If you're making Total War content, then all you have to do is message me on Discord and you can join. But if I see like you've just started a channel and there's no videos there, there's no point bringing you in because it won't provide you any value.
Right.
So all you have to do is make content. I don't care about how many subs or views they're getting. If you're making content and it's not like ridiculously poor quality, for making content, then yeah, you can join the network and we'll try to help you out as much as possible. But I think it's important to note as well that the network doesn't mean as soon as you're in that you're just going to roll around in views and it's instant success. You still need to put in the hard work, but the resources are there for us to help you, guide you a little bit so that you don't make the same mistakes that we've made in the past, because there's a fair few bigger creators in there. Not all of them. I would like more of the bigger ones to join to help mentor the smaller ones, but that hasn't happened yet because the bigger creators don't really get anything out of this. So I don't expect them all to join right away.
Right. Have you met many of the other Total War creators face to face?
No, I don't get out much, and there hasn't really been any. Okay, so the last time that I met with Total War creators was 2016, and most of those Total War creators that were at that event don't do Total War anymore. I think like the only one that I met that still does it is like Lionheart. I can't think of anyone else that actually still does Total War. So there's a bunch of new faces, or just people that weren't there. And there hasn't been an event that I've been invited to since then, because after 2016 I got blacklisted and then COVID happened, and so there just hasn't been any events for me to meet people, and I haven't gone to things like TwitchCon because I wasn't invited, and I'm not just going to show up just to hang around like an audience member. I just don't have time for that. I've got real life responsibilities, and these things often require me to fly halfway around the world. So short answer is no, I don't really get a chance to meet people. The only one that I've met is Lionheart.
Right. Yeah. It is interesting that both you and Major Kill are highly successful Warhammer related YouTubers, and you know, Creative Assembly and Games Workshop are based in the UK. So does that geographic aspect, has that ever been something you think about?
It's got nothing to do with us being Australian. It's everything to do with our personalities. Both me and Major Kill are both relentless in our pursuit in success, and that's been the key difference. It doesn't matter where we're from. I imagine that in terms of the attention that we get from Creative Assembly and Games Workshop, it does factor a little bit in that we're from Australia, because you know, flying us around the world is expensive compared to somebody who just lives around the corner, and so we're not going to get that kind of, especially when we're a lot more outspoken, a lot more rough around the edges than sort of the other creators. And there's nothing wrong with being that way, but this was something that I had to come to terms with. I've had to come to terms with many times over, is that the way that I am is not conducive to being a corporate stooge, and so Creative Assembly and Games Workshop aren't going to be as receptive to that.
Right.
But it's got nothing to do with us being Australian, not really.
Right. Yeah. It's been talked about for you to voice a Skaven at some point, and you know, the Skaven voice that you put on is always classic. And also, when you talk about you and Major Kill being a bit edgy, I mean, there's a notable absence of Timmy in Major Kill's videos lately. Do you think that's part of, as your channel does reach a greater audience, you sort of got to tone down some of the really
That's
edgy
exactly what it is, yeah. You
things.
just have to tone down some of the stuff. It's funny at first, but the joke gets old, and it was the same thing with the see you next time effers.
Yeah.
You know, the joke got old. It was funny at first because I was the only one doing it, but then nobody cared anymore, and so it's just dead weight, and it just didn't feel right anymore, so we got rid of it. And I know some people want me to bring it back, but I've already said it tens of thousands of times. I don't need to say it again. You got it, you know?
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's more important to find new entertaining ways rather than stick to old tired ways of entertaining.
Right.
And I think that was the same sort of thing with Timmy. Like, you get the joke after a while.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe it's just kind of, if you want to see that sort of stuff, then that's a reason to go back to the old classic
Yeah, just go with some of
videos.
the old videos. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever been noticed in the street um, of
I
Brisbane?
have been noticed once.
Mm.
I went to my brother's wedding last year, and one of his friends was a fan of mine. So he came up to me at the end of the reception and said, "Hey, we're actually fans of your content." I was like, "Oh, that's cool. You're actually the first fan I've actually met." It was actually funny because I was about to leave, so they waited until the end of the reception before they came up to me, and I said, "I've been sitting here bored this whole time. You could have come up to me at any point of the reception and come and said hi, and I would have been absolutely thrilled to talk to you."
Right.
But waited until I was just about to leave, so I didn't have a chance to chat. But yeah, that was the only situation where I've ever come face to face with somebody who actually watches my content.
Right. Because that number of almost 500,000 subscribers. I mean, I'm not sure if I can. I'm not really aware of the social media scene, but if someone was to have 500,000 Instagram followers, I mean, you'd probably be getting mainstream media coverage, I would say. Have you had any coverage in the mainstream media as to what you're doing?
No, nobody cares.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
It's a niche within a niche. Like, Total
Right.
War doesn't really get much attention because it's not the biggest thing. People want to. I don't even know what people are playing now. I use Fortnite, but that's old news, I suppose. And also, another thing to keep in mind is that I'm like nearly middle-aged. I'm 36 years old. I'm just not the kind of person that is going to draw mainstream media attention from articles. I get asked to do interviews from people like yourself and people who are aspiring YouTubers who are not mainstream, and I'm totally fine with that because I'm not mainstream either.
Right. Yeah. It's just there's this potential for people to make a decent living off of something like what you're doing, but it's just like it just seems like maybe YouTube doesn't advertise that it is a pathway for people enough.
I think you got to keep in mind what it's taken for me to get to this point. A lot of people will look at Legend of Total War and think, oh wow, I'm playing games for a living, that's great, but they don't know the cost. They don't know how much I've sacrificed to do this and how hard it's been. It's been the challenge of my lifetime to do this, and I put everything into it, and it's cost me so much. And I think that most people are not willing to sacrifice what I've sacrificed to get to this point. Some people are, and they do, and they get there. But I've had to sacrifice so much, and oftentimes I'm left with a lot of regret. I don't know if it was really worth the sacrifices that I made to get to this point. But I'm in too deep now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But and I'm not going to really go into detail with that kind of stuff because it's depressing. It's really sort of sad, the things that I've sort of missed out on because I sought success on YouTube. And people don't think about that. You never think about all the stuff that you've missed out on when you do become successful in one area.
I'm sure it's in other industries where you pursue your passion with such relentless drive. Sometimes some things just fall by the wayside, right?
That's exactly what's happened. I didn't realize how much time had passed, and so much of what other people experience in life completely passed me by, and I never got a chance to experience it. Because I was relentlessly pursuing this for a decade, and now it's kind of like it's a bit too late, sort of thing.
And
that's just the reality of it,
right? And the lifestyle is like you mentioned, you're doing the graveyard shift, like midnight to 6 a.m. because it suited the bulk of your audience as far as time zones.
Yeah, well, that was what would make me the most money and grow the channel the most. So that's what I did. It was not convenient in the slightest, and it took a massive toll. I just wasn't able to sustain that any longer, but I did it because that was the money-making time.
Right.
And now when I live stream, I do it whenever I want, and I don't make as much money. That's just the price you pay. You either sacrifice your health and mental health and other things in your time to get that money, or you make compromises and don't make those sacrifices, and then you don't make as much. So you get out what you put in. I put in a lot and I got out a lot, but I think it's really important to keep in mind that I didn't win the lottery. I relentlessly pursued YouTube. I researched it. I tried to figure out how to make it work, and I put in a lot that I don't go on about a lot. And you know, people can replicate what I've done if you're willing to sacrifice what I've had to sacrifice. And a lot of people, I don't think they're willing to do it.
Right. Yeah. So my YouTube channel is Underrated Sports Vids. Yeah, I've only recently implemented like a posting within every 10 days policy. I'm not sure whether it's still early days to see whether that is rewarding enough. But you know, at 90 subscribers, I get the impression that if I really want to make the full-time YouTube career, I've got to be posting more than that. Would you agree? I mean, it depends on the content, right?
Yeah, depends on the content. There's nothing wrong. There are some creators out there that post a video once a month, but they're getting millions of views on those videos. So you've got to know your audience. It's such an important aspect. You can't just be like, oh, I have to fill in this checkbox here. Like, I understand my audience. They want to see these battles, right? And it's something that I can deliver on a daily basis. And that, from my experience, taking one of these battles and just polishing it for like a week doesn't really give a huge return on investment. But there are some areas where it's really important to take a topic and not just rush it and pump out garbage every day, but instead put in the time so that you can put out one polished video once a month or once a week or whatever. But you have to understand your audience and what they're willing to accept. But the more time that you put into a video, the more you have to get out of it. And that's one of the things that makes my channel fairly easy to manage, is that I don't need to put in huge amounts of time, because the amount that I get out of it is sufficient. It works out quite well.
It's interesting.
You know, I don't need to have an editor or anything like that. I can do it all myself. But there are certain things that I don't do because it doesn't need to be done.
Right. It is interesting. You'll have a 40-minute battle, and then, you know, or even say, yeah, you'll have a battle and the video's for 40 minutes, but actually the bulk of your time, you have said, is trying to find a good thumbnail.
Yeah, I think there was one time I spent 15 minutes fighting a battle and then 1 hour trying to make a thumbnail.
Well, I mean, I think that's part of your artistry, right? Is like you've got an image of what the ideal thumbnail is, and you will seek that, right?
Yeah. Well, you get an idea of what works and what doesn't work, and sometimes you just get landed gold. You think, oh, this is going to make a great thumbnail. You make it in 5 seconds. Sometimes you're looking at a battle and just like, I don't know what angle to advertise this from, because that kind of stuff matters. If it's not just about the content. If you make the content but you don't put in a good title and thumbnail, if you don't put in the right tags, you don't put in a good description, this stuff will affect how much your video can reach. Like, if you just release the video, just upload the video and don't do any of that stuff, you will never reach your full potential. It'll never happen.
Right.
And I've had videos that I've released and the thumbnail, whatever, the video just wasn't doing well, so I switched the thumbnail and changed the title, and then instantly saw a big change, and they've gone from being like 10 out of 10 1 just because I changed. So that stuff matters greatly, and don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. It matters so much.
Right. Yeah, I remember I had a YouTube short, and the title, I had doubts about a title, and I just changed it, and then suddenly there was thousands of views coming through. So it's just interesting what seems to hit and what doesn't, and that might have been a coincidence that it suddenly like took off in my relative terms. Yeah, is there
Well, it's all relative. Like, you might get less views than what I get, but I get less views than a certain other person who's got 1 million subs, and then you go all the way up to you get to Mr. Beast, and everything that he does is dwarfed by everyone else. Sort of thing. So it's all relative. Right. That doesn't mean it's not important that you've done that.
Right.
The fact that you changed the title and it improved the performance of your video, that only goes to enforce what I've said. It doesn't matter at what stage of the of YouTube you're at. Doing that is important and can see a great deal of success.
Yeah. Along your YouTubing journey, are there any like hacks that just a tweak that actually had tremendous results relative to the amount of effort you put in?
No, to me, it all started when I discovered the saving disaster battles, and then or saving disaster campaigns, and just kept working at it from there. You've just got to keep an open mind, see what other people are doing in other niches. So that's what I was doing. I was watching people that were playing Europa Universalis 4, seeing what they were doing, and that's where I got the idea for saving disaster campaigns. I saw somebody was doing something similar. I was like, oh, I can take that into Total War, and that's really what started the catapulting into success. That the channel, that's what helped it grow. And if I hadn't monitored what other people were doing, I wouldn't have been able to do that. And then other people copied the saving disaster battles or campaigns from Total War and went back to Hearts of Iron 4 and to other things. But it was totally fine. It's a good compliment actually when somebody copies you. But if somebody is starting to copy you, then your content needs to be better than theirs. And I think one of the things with disaster campaigns and battles is that there's not a whole lot of copying of that going on in the Total War scene, because it's very difficult to do. Otherwise, more people would do it. It's very relatively easy views for me, but you don't see many other people attempt it.
Right. I mean, would you be considered the GOAT of like Total War play?
I'm not going to make that claim. Other people might make that claim. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
I think there's no point. Whether I am or aren't the GOAT, I mean, you could argue Prince of Macedon is the GOAT, or Pixelated Polo is the GOAT, or it doesn't matter who is the GOAT. Right. Every individual will have a personal opinion on that, and I don't have no stake on that, because at the end of the day, I'm primarily here to enjoy myself as much as I possibly can, and also to provide support for my family through this as a career, and that's a very important aspect, and it drives most of the decisions that I make. That I'm like providing for my family, so I can't let this become a hobby again.
Right.
It's unsustainable that way.
Yeah, and you did go through a period where you were covering other games, and I think there seemed to be a decent amount of views there, but you have mentioned that you don't want to be a variety channel because...
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Variety channel, for me, has never worked out. Like, I could probably get a fair few views to begin with, but it has a decaying effect on the channel. So if I've done nothing but Total War for several years straight, and then all of a sudden out of the blue I play a different game, then the algorithm is pushing me out to all these different people. But if it gets bad results, then what happens is a decaying effect where every time I play a different game, I get fewer and fewer people showing up until my channel has reached sort of like a bottoming out point. So you actually decay your channel by doing that, which is what happened every single time I've tried to branch out. It's hurt the channel quite significantly, to the point where I've had to reverse course on it pretty much straight away and recorrect. It just hasn't worked out for me at all.
So that must have been a bit scary when Total War Warhammer 3 was a bit of a flop on launch.
That was no joke the most terrifying part of doing YouTube in the entire career. Like, I have gone through some terrifying... I've been cancelled. I've been hounded. I've been banned on Twitch, all this kind of stuff. Nothing was as terrifying as what happened with Warhammer 3. Like, I was spiraling worse than anything that I've ever seen before. It was really bad. That was the worst time to be a Total War YouTuber.
Right.
At least for me.
So
that was really bad.
See, I think you could probably teach a course in business strategy, because I'd imagine that you had to go to the drawing board and say, okay, what can I do to keep my audience engaged? And so that's when you brought on like a Skyrim live stream, and so it's like diversifying when like the market might have shrunk because people might not have want to watch like Realm of Chaos. Right.
Yeah, sort of. I didn't go to Skyrim then. I believe I was determined when Warhammer 3 came out, or when it was about to come out, to switch from Warhammer 2 to Warhammer 3 and not go back to Warhammer 2. We did like a final live stream of Warhammer 2 and basically said goodbye to the game. But when things went belly up with Warhammer 3, I had to make a very humiliating decision to reinstall Warhammer 2 and go back to a game that I had uninstalled and said goodbye to, because if I didn't swallow my pride and accept this humiliation, it would have possibly have severely damaged the channel. So by swallowing my pride and going back to the previous game, I managed to retain a fair portion of the audience, because people wanted to see Warhammer 2 more than Warhammer 3 at that point in time. But right now, Warhammer 3 has overtaken Warhammer 2, at least in terms of viewership. We're still not really where we were with Warhammer 2 in its golden stage, but Warhammer 3 is still fairly early in its life cycle. I'm still soaking up that hopium, hoping things will get better, but it's not terrible at the moment. It's just quiet.
I watched your recent Sigvald video, and does it frustrate you? You know, you're a veteran of playing, and then you see the AI do stupid things. Like, you can easily mislead, the general of the army. You know, there was that cavalry that charged into the flank, and then you could just shoot it in its flank. So is that something that you are noticing more with Total War Warhammer 3?
I definitely noticed that the AI is worse than it was in Warhammer 2, at least when I play it. It's not something that necessarily frustrates me that much when I play it, because I don't care about whether or not the AI is smart, because my enjoyment has always come from smashing the AI.
Right.
I oftentimes find it funny when the AI is completely bewildered. But the aspect that concerns me is that if the AI is brain dead, it detracts from the viewing experience for other people. And so if I'm punching a punching bag that's limp, it's not as impressive as if the AI was better or giving a serious challenge. And so if the AI was better, I feel like my videos would perform better. So that's where my desire for the AI to get better is. In terms of me playing the game, I don't care, because personally, just to be honest, I'm not really that invested that much as being a player in Total War Warhammer anymore. I've played this game to death. I don't play it that much in my spare time. Whenever I do one of these videos, it's really to provide as much entertainment as possible. And the AI can sort of make the experience better or worse in that circumstance.
Right. Is there a race that you find the AI is tactically is the biggest challenge? Like, the AI is programmed the way that it ideally should be?
Probably Warriors of Chaos, because it's very easy for the AI to use their mechanics. Right. They just recruit a whole bunch of, like, dog's breakfast of an army, and then they just rush at the enemy. The thing is, 99% of their units are just melee troops, so they might make poor engagements, but the way that the game is structured is that the overall stats of the units kind of matters a little bit more than tactics when it comes to how the AI behaves with the Warriors of Chaos. And so oftentimes they can be very difficult to deal with because they don't have stupid units that they can be duped out of. Like, for example, if you go up against the Empire, they'll oftentimes have missile units and artillery, or archers and artillery, and you can really make those units do stupid things. The Warriors of Chaos don't have a lot of units that you can dupe out to make them very stupid, because their roster is large but also very simple. Everything just goes into melee. So the AI performs pretty well with Warriors of Chaos, but it performs really badly with the Empire. If you've ever seen the Empire, they just disorganize their army. Their units are standing on top of each other and they just don't function properly. So the AI is really bad with those particular factions, but really good with, respectively, good with the Warriors of Chaos.
My gameplay improved dramatically when I understood that melee infantry is generally quite weak, and prioritizing missile troops is generally the meta strat. Is that the terminology?
It's a massive flaw in the game's core design since Total War Warhammer 1, and it's not as bad in Warhammer 3 as it was in Warhammer 2, where it was really bad, where melee infantry were completely useless in most situations on higher difficulties. But Total War Warhammer 3 has huge flaws in its battle systems. Huge design flaws. Things like morale shocks and melee infantry engagements are, typically speaking, low impact. And this is a game that has super high impact abilities and super high impact units. And so when the game doesn't restrict your ability to use those super high impact units, why would you ever use the low impact stuff? And that is where a lot of the flaws sort of come in. The game is very poorly balanced, where tactics matter less than sort of impact of unit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the thing is with the melee infantry is that they don't have any special abilities. They just have stats, which isn't very good. There are some exceptions to that, like whether they can stalk, whether they got like bonus versus infantry, but the vast majority of them are essentially the same unit with varying degrees of stats, which makes them flat in terms of what they are capable of doing on the battlefield.
Right. So, yeah, it seems like you have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Creative Assembly, who makes the Total War games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly hate. I don't know.
Oh, it's weird. It's like, think of it like this. I gotta be grateful for Creative Assembly for developing Total War, but it's like, imagine you have a brother, right? And that brother is the breadwinner of the household, right? And you rely on this brother to, or maybe a father would be a better thing.
Right.
This father, but your father fucking comes home drunk all the time. He doesn't get promotions. He's so friggin' stupid, but he's the breadwinner. You need this guy to just do his fucking job, right? Sorry, right?
Yeah.
And oftentimes he's just not doing his job, and that's kind of the relationship I have with Creative Assembly. I rely on Creative Assembly to do a good job, and they routinely don't do a good job, and so I have to respect them, but I also greatly dislike what they do most of the time, because I just think it is harming me and harming the Total War scene in general, because they make such stupid decisions.
Right, and in that example, a good father would be receptive to what you have to say and maybe make some changes to their behavior, right? And
like maybe a good father doesn't need us to give feedback. They do their job. They think about what they're doing, and they don't make these ridiculous mistakes that seem pretty obvious to everyone else. They go and do their job. They get the job done. And I think a lot of people will counter that by saying, "Oh, you have no idea how hard it is for Creative Assembly to make games. You have no idea how many shortcuts Creative Assembly takes. Their level of incompetence is astounding in some degrees. They have got some very talented people working there for sure, but it is wall-to-wall stupidity a lot of the time, and it's very frustrating."
So, are they almost too big to fail, do you think? Or, like,
No.
Total War, Pharaoh, if that's
Total
a flop?
War can totally fail.
Yeah.
If they don't make some changes in the next 5 years, I think Total War is in serious trouble. Like, Total War Warhammer is fine, but the future games that are coming out of Total War, I'm seeing a decay in interest in Total War at the moment. Like Pharaoh, for example. In my opinion, this was a bad, strategic decision to make this game, because Troy is not a popular game, and they've reskinned a not a good game, right? So it'll sell, and some people will like it, and it'll be forgotten about 6 months after launch. And the problem is that you're making a game franchise that has very low prestige, so you're not generating like love for the franchise. It's become like a casual thing, and so they're targeting a lot of people that haven't played Total War before, and for many of those people, Total War Pharaoh will be the first and only Total War game they ever purchased, which was the case with Total War Warhammer 3. It is, for many people, the first and only Total War game they will ever purchase, because it was such a poor experience to begin with. Now, there are so many game franchises, well, actually, there's not his, but there are a few game franchises out there that routinely up their game every single time. They make sure it's the best experience, whatever their newest game is, and they create a lot of prestige around that franchise. And I just wish that Total War was one of those franchises that did that. But unfortunately, from my perspective, having been here for 20 odd years, is that Total War, Creative Assembly, treats Total War as disposable. Each game, you just pump out a new one, it loses interest after a certain amount of time, and then you just move on. Employees, they have them, they move on, they just find new employees, new students to be their programmers and whatever. Creators are disposable. Everything is disposable for them, so they create a community of disposable commodities, and it just has a low amount of prestige, which I think is one of the reasons why Total War has never really broken out of the niche that it's been in.
Because I think I share the same view as you, where Medieval 2 and Rome were just so good, right? And they really, I feel like I might have played 5 video games in my life, like hardcore, and Total War games were like that. But that was in what, the mid 2000s, right? And that's where they were making innovations where it's like that's the go-to for strategy games with real-time battles, right? But then it just absolutely blew my mind when you said that there really hasn't been innovations in AI since then. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, no, the AI is not any better now than it was back then.
So, so was that just like people who were just truly like the staff making the games back then? They've just moved on to other projects, or because where's that spark gone to constantly innovate?
So that's another thing to consider with Creative Assembly, right? And where a lot of the don't you love Creative Assembly because they made this great franchise? The Creative Assembly of today bears next to no resemblance to the Creative Assembly of yesterday. The people that are responsible for Rome 1 and Medieval 2, 99.9% of them have moved on to other things. The people who work at Creative Assembly now, it's mostly bought out by executives and corporate stooges who are not looking at the games themselves and more looking at numbers, and they're just number manipulators. They're not gamers. They don't understand the game at all. These are not people we need to respect. We need to resist these idiots at every step of the way because Creative Assembly might be making a lot of money, but these games aren't getting better. They're getting worse over time because of these number stooges that are just they're making bad products because of these corporate decisions. Like, for example, with Pharaoh, they're just reskinning a game that wasn't popular, but it made a lot of money for them. Troy did, because of the way that the business deal that they had with Epic, and I think they're trying to replicate that again. And the thing is with this Saga titles, right? They just dropped Saga because they want this. Like Total War Pharaoh is a Saga game. It's got the same level of scope as any other Saga game, right? And they just dropped Saga so they could sell it for a higher profit. It's just pure scumbaggery. This is not a mainline Total War game. There is nothing about this Total War game that gives it any level of competition with Rome 2, with Shogun 2, with Three Kingdoms. This game is nothing compared to those. With Total War Warhammer, this is going to be seen as like a bite-sized Total War game, but they dropped the Saga thing so they can make more money. These are the kind of people that are running Creative Assembly, making these decisions. Scumbags that are only interested in scoring as much money as possible, regardless of the ramification that comes tomorrow, because they just need to keep their job for today. They'll just move on to a new job tomorrow, and this is where the disposable sort of community comes around. And I try my best to try to resist this kind of stuff, but it really does come down to the community by and large to do something about it and boycott these games, because if it's not profitable for them to do this crap, then they'll stop doing it. Creative Assembly is not completely unreasonable. There is some degree of intelligence in how they're going to do things, and if they see a certain way not working, then hopefully they'll redirect. If they see that making quality games is the way for them to make profit, then they'll do that, but they probably don't see that as being the way at the moment. Probably rambling a little bit there. But I'm very passionate about this particular topic because I think it's a turning point in Total War's history at the moment, where we have a real opportunity to either ensure our Total War's own demise or turn things around. And I think it's really important to not support Pharaoh. They must not make a profit off this game. It's really important.
Right. Yeah. Maybe Madden 17 might have been the last Madden game where there was some kind of improvement on a year-to-year basis, and ever since then, like I can't play Madden anymore because it's broken as far as I'm concerned. And
that's another game franchise, and I've seen that with Madden. I watched Angry Joe's reviews on this. I've never played a Madden game of my life, but I've heard the feedback of that, where they're just reskinning the same thing. They don't care, because if people just keep buying it no matter what, even if it means that they sold less the previous time, they're just making these games cheaper and cheaper, and that's what we're seeing with Pharaoh. This game was a super cheap game that they made on a dime that they turned around really quickly. If they can make a profit off that, they don't give a shit. So if this kind of stuff becomes more profitable than opposed to them making a real effort game, then they're going to do that. And so we really need to not support those kind of actions. I mean, unless that is what you want. If you're I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but if you're happy with Troy and if you're happy with Pharaoh, then by all means support it. But I don't like Troy. I got the game for free, and I still feel kind of ripped off by that game.
Yeah, well, nothing in life is free. I mean, you gave it a go, and you might have wasted your time, right? That time's valuable.
It wasted my time. I made 2 videos on Troy,
Two?
equal views.
Yeah.
Other videos. I spent 30-40 hours doing some beta testing for Creative Assembly. I didn't get paid for that. I should have just never installed the game to begin with. It would have been a better return on my time investment to do something else. But it's not in my best interest to have games like Troy and Thrones of Britannia reskin games that don't have any real soul. They're just corporate stooges have just said, time period this one, and let's reskin that game. I don't want to see that kind of stuff. I want them to put real effort. Like Total War Warhammer. For all of Total War Warhammer's flaws, it's a real effort of a game. And while they've made so many mistakes along the lines, at least you can say that they've put in a serious effort with Total War Warhammer. And that's the kind of thing I want to see. I want to see historical Total War games with the same level of effort that Total War Warhammer has. And there's really no reason why we shouldn't. History is rich enough, and that the history of our planet is rich enough that you can create a Total War game that has as much flavor as Total War Warhammer, if you put in the effort. But they're not willing to do that.
Right. Do you think it gets brought up every now and then, like a setting like Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, like that would excite people, but like it seems like you're not overly concerned with that aspect. It's like it's the mechanics that interests you.
Yeah, I think that the setting is important.
Right.
It does have like, I don't personally care that much about the setting. But I'm not going to pretend like setting isn't important. If Creative Assembly chose for a historical Total War game a time setting like Total War Australia, it's not going to sell. That's a bad idea, because we don't have any Total War stuff really going on here. So the setting is important, but I think it is also important to make a great game around that setting, which is why I think that if you take something like Thrones of Britannia, they may have assessed that as being, oh, people aren't interested in the Viking era, which is total bullcrap. That game was a massive flop. Like, it did not sell particularly well. It was made a profit for them because they made it on a dime. They had like 10 people working on it, and they recycled so many assets. But it was a flop, despite being a Viking era game during the peak of Viking interest. The Viking show was going on. There's a bunch of Viking games going on. Assassin's Creed Valhalla came out shortly after Thrones of Britannia. So why did Thrones of Britannia flop so hard? It's because it's a nothing game with nothing going on that doesn't really adhere to the core principles of Total War, and instead guts them. And it's the same thing with Troy, and it's the same thing with Pharaoh. They don't put in attention to detail of the actual thing that makes these games enjoyable.
Right.
And it largely comes down to the battles, I think.
And you have mentioned that programming a battle is like 99% of the work for a Total War game.
Yeah, it
roughly.
would be. It would be. Yeah. And that's my biggest concern with Troy, because Troy had Pharaoh. Sorry, it's Troy 2. Troy had good campaign mechanics. I enjoyed the campaign of Troy, but I hated the battles of Troy. They're so badly programmed. And while I haven't played any of the battles for Pharaoh, I spoke to a bunch of people that had played it, and they said it's just more Troy.
Wow.
And the thing is, like, the infantry move the same way, the same level of unresponsiveness, the same level of collision. Sure, they've got like matched animations now, but that's not really the crux of what the problem that Troy had. Troy has like a clunkiness to its battle systems where the tactics that the game presents don't actually matter that much because the game's stat system overrides it. So for example, you'll have a tier 1 unit that is anti-infantry, right? And it goes up against, or maybe it's anti-spear infantry, let's just say. But then it goes up against a spear infantry that's tier 2. That beats it. So the rock, paper, scissors aspect doesn't work in Troy. It's my stats are bigger than yours. It's basically who's got the biggest stick. That's who wins. And while flanking and stuff can provide mild amounts of variation, the the amount of impact is pretty minimal, especially when you consider that there are some units that just absolutely dominate the battlefield. And this is a problem that Warhammer has as well, where you're not playing rock paper scissors, you're playing rock paper scissors nuke, and if nuke beats everything, so it's like, you know, rock beats paper, paper beats sorry, no, rock beats scissors. Sorry,
Yeah.
I haven't played this. Sorry. Rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, paper beats rock.
Yeah.
And then you've got nuke beats scissors, nuke beats rock, nuke beats paper. Why would you recruit anything other than nuke?
Yeah.
And that's a problem that Total War suffers from a lot, where there is one unit type that absolutely dominates in battles, and that's very prevalent in Troy, where single entities and chariots do all the heavy lifting and everything else is irrelevant.
And that reduces the challenge. Like you spend a decent amount of time strategizing like an army composition, and then it's all for nothing once you hit the battle map. I mean, that reduces how much playtime people will have, right?
That was the thing with Troy. This was my experience with Troy. So I'd play the battles and I'd do the best I could. I'd fight my guts out, and I just would barely be able to scrape out a win using a balanced army. And then I finally get one chariot, and then that one chariot gets 1,000 kills and makes the rest of my army completely irrelevant, and then trivializes the rest of the campaign. So of course I could lean into not recruiting chariots and have an absolute slog for the rest of the campaign, but it's very frustrating when you're fighting your guts out and you're not getting good results out of it, despite you technically doing tactically things like you're flanking, you're killing the enemy general, you're doing things which normally would yield victory but don't mean anything in Troy because the stat system doesn't allow for those kind of victories. You just have to have a stronger unit, and I think we're going to see more of that in Pharaoh, because they haven't changed anything. They've put in some new gimmicks like weather, which will affect all units equally, so why not have it at all? It's not going to do anything. It's going to have low impact. It's just a graphical effect, really.
That would be interesting on the face of it. Like if it's windy, then archer accuracy might be affected. Is that what they're implementing?
Here's the thing, though. So if there's a sandstorm or whatever, if there's this rain, range on missile units will go down, and the amount of damage that they do will go down. But here's the thing. When you're doing on a historical setting, when you have all of your armies are going to look the same for each faction, how different is your army really going to be from the enemy army that they're going to recruit? Are they simply not going to have missile units? Because the thing is, if you're going into a situation where there's going to be sandstorms, you're sometimes best to not lean into your weakness, right? Just don't recruit any missile units, and then you have the advantage. But if both sides are exactly the same, and the sandstorm hits, both sides are hit equally by that sandstorm, and therefore nullifies the impact of that sandstorm. The only time it's ever going to have impact is if one side decides not to have any of those unit types. It's the same thing with armor with that game, right? If they make it so that armor degrades over time, then it might be meta to simply not bring armored units. That way they can't degrade their armor, so therefore you're able to put your cost into more units and thereby bypass an entire mechanic entirely due to stupid stat systems that they implement in these games. And this is something that Total War has repeatedly made mistakes with over and over and over again, because they don't learn these lessons. They put in gimmicks. They go, oh look, we can degrade armor. Well, that's going to make armor pretty useless, especially if low-grade missile units are specifically targeting armored units, which from other Total War games, you would send your low-grade missile units to shoot their unarmored units. So you're having an opposite effect than what you actually want to see.
Right.
So, I mean, I haven't played it yet, so hard to say if I'm going to be right about that, but
receiving feedback already from other people.
I've been playing Total War for a long time, and I've had the feedback from other creators, and I have some serious concerns about Pharaoh. I think this is a big flop coming.
What kind of, off the top of your head, what kind of innovations would you steer Creative Assembly towards if you were running the show?
If I was running the show, the battle systems need to be a little bit more dependent on morale. That's always been the crux, I think, of good battles. If you think about great battles in any Total War game, it's not about bringing the strongest army. It's more about I outmaneuvered my enemy, I charged into their rear, I killed their enemy general, and routed. Like, the enemy army should break before it's taken 20% casualties, right? But the
Right.
thing is, in newer Total War games, you have to kill 80% of the enemy's army in order to rout the army. It's the opposite way. Most casualties, from a historical point of view, happen after the battle is actually over. So Total War has got it flipped the wrong way, where morale doesn't matter anymore. Because, like, you take Rome 2, for example, you kill the enemy general and nobody cares. That is bonkers to me that happens. Like, you take Rome 1, for example, you kill the enemy general, despite the fact you had an inferior army, you've won the battle. Right, the enemy army just melts away. Same thing with Medieval 2, because those have high impact. Same thing with Total War Attila. Attila did it really well as well. You kill the enemy general and you can overcome an overwhelming force. But in Total War Warhammer, in Rome 2, in Troy, you kill the enemy general, it doesn't matter at all. So you have aspects where you're not trying to kill the enemy general, you're just avoiding the enemy general, try to kill his army so the enemy general runs away. It's the opposite of how it should be.
Right. Yeah, so, like, I think it's termed fluff, like the narrative surrounding the game. Like, so that does factor into the fun level for you. Is like, it makes sense that if you target a general and take him out, then the opponent will be affected by that, and that would be similar to how it happens in real life. And
well, I think Total War games, they do have to try to simulate how things happen in real life as much as possible. You got to take some liberties. So, for example, the army sizes are going to be a lot smaller than what they were in real life. The armies were much bigger. And also, battles would happen over the course of an entire day, not over the course of 5 minutes. And so you've got to take certain allowances. Yeah. But one of the things that the older Total War games, not even exclusively the older Total War games, but other Total War games have managed to achieve, is that you need to give the player the opportunity to go up against overwhelming odds and have some hope of winning. If it's simply a case of, if your army isn't strong enough to handle an enemy army, you can't win this battle, that is kind of depressing. Because what Shogun 1, Medieval 1, Rome 1, Medieval 2, these games all had the opportunity to overcome overwhelming odds on a field of battle if you made the right moves. But then you move to games like Rome 2, where the strength of your army matters way more than the maneuvers that you pull off. Way, way, way more. Killing the enemy general doesn't matter, because everything has like 900 morale, right? And you charge into the rear of it, it goes -1 morale. It's just not going to have any impact, because morale only matters when the morale completely breaks, like with Total War Warhammer, which is a big problem with Total War Warhammer. Luckily, Warhammer has other aspects like magic and single entities to sort of compensate for poor morale systems. And once again, we're seeing this again. It was in Troy. It was very bad in Troy. You just couldn't rout an enemy army until you had destroyed 80% of it. That's just not how armies fought, especially back then. These were not professional armies. These were farmers that were just given a weapon, and they, as soon as they saw shit hit the fan, they would just run away. And that's was reflected in older Total War games. It's not reflected anymore.
Right. And routing troops, like in real life, they would still have an ability to fight back, right? Like, but can routing troops in modern Total War games, do they inflict damage?
It depends on the situation. So in Rome 1 and Medieval 2, if you completely surround a unit and they break, they fight to the death. But if you don't completely surround them, they will just run away. And those games, it's kind of excessive how quickly you can run them down. So that's maybe taken a little bit too far. But in pretty much every other Total War game, if a unit shatters, if it's broken, it has no combat fighting whatsoever. And in fact, sometimes the manner in which the unit routes is even poor. So for example, in Warhammer, you will see units routing into the enemy settlement, despite them being the attacker rather than away from it. Or you'll see units that are defending running out of the settlement rather than into it, which is something that in Rome 1 and Medieval 2, for example, they would always do it the opposite way around.
So by patching up something in the code, it actually creates flaw? Is that how it happens? Because how can you possibly go backwards?
Oh, don't have any programming experience. The only thing I've got experience with is that I've played pretty much every single Total War game, and I've been here playing it full time for a very long time. And so I can't tell you what has gone wrong, only that something has gone wrong.
Right.
And it's not like these games are completely garbage. They're still good games, but they're not reaching the full potential that they could reach because Creative Assembly aren't learning the lessons that they have successfully done in the past. Like, if they look towards Shogun 2 and Total War Attila, in the successful aspects of those games, if they look at every single Total War game that they've ever made and saw all the good parts of every single one of them, and put that into a single Total War game, they would have an amazing game, but they routinely leave stuff out because they don't know what's good and what's bad in their own games.
Right. Do you have any experience with virtual reality gaming?
No.
Right. I do picture perhaps being able to install a Total War series through VR but it would be more like maybe Mount and Blade where it's first person on the battlefield, and then maybe, like, imagine you're in a general's tent and controlling your campaign through that. And I just wonder if virtual reality is a future in gaming, like maybe it would be cool to see.
That kind of reminds me of Mount and Blade. That's sort of covered by that game franchise where you're playing as a particular character and you can make basic commands throughout it. Total War is, you're kind of like you're the spirit of a particular kingdom or the spirit of the army, and you control everything. And it's as if the general made those decisions. But yeah, for you to like be in the eye of the general and only be able to make those commands through that general will limit the amount that you can do in any given battle, and you'll end up with something like Mount and Blade, which is a great game, don't get me wrong, but it is different to what we get from Total War.
Right. It is interesting to me that you choose to cover Total War and not Mount and Blade, and I just wonder about like the certain mechanics that, because you put in over 10,000 hours. Well, across all Total War games, you might have put in over 10,000 hours. Like, it might be creeping up 15, 20.
I got 15,000 hours in Warhammer 2 alone, so I'm probably at 30,000 hours in total.
Right.
Yeah, I've got nearly 5,000 in Warhammer 3. So, yeah, 20,000 hours just in Total War Warhammer 2, and in Total War Warhammer in general, and that started in 2016. So then you got all the years before that as well. So a lot. And I don't know everything. I think it's really important to note that I don't know everything. But if you look at Total War and think that everything is going smoothly and everything is going right, I think that is a bit, you're blind to a lot of complaints. These games are not reaching the full potential. There is a lot of mismanagement going on at Creative Assembly. There is a lot of very poor design choices, very poor management going on there. And all I'm doing is calling out that in the hope that it gets better. I'm not trying to destroy Creative Assembly and try to bring hate on them or anything like that. I don't want angry mobs shaking their fist at Creative Assembly and say, screw you guys. I don't want that. I just want Creative Assembly to do better, because I want to keep doing this 10, 20 years from now. And my concern is that if I don't do anything now, when things are on the cusp of becoming crap, it'll be too late if I wait any longer, because I have some serious concerns about the future of Total War at the moment. If the future of Total War is more Total War Pharaohs, big problems. But at the same time, I don't know what I don't know. And if there is a massive, amazing Total War game that's coming out that the main team is working on, and I just don't know about it, fantastic, but I just don't know about it, that's all. I know what I know, I don't know what I don't know, if that makes sense.
Right.
I don't know everything.
Yeah.
I just have major concerns about these bite-sized reskin garbage Total War games like Pharaoh that I think hurt the Total War franchise more than help, and I'm really concerned about them. And I want, I got nothing wrong with the setting, and I would love a Pharaoh game to come out and be actually good, but if they're just reskinning Troy, it's, how can they possibly hope for this to compete with Total War Warhammer, or even Three Kingdoms, or even Rome 2, or even Medieval 2? Medieval 2 has more players than Troy. It's ridiculous. That should not be happening.
Yeah, I mean, have they saved the code somewhere for Medieval 2, and could they not just, wouldn't you rather reskin of that, or would it be too dated at this point?
It is too dated. They do still have the code for that, because they're like Feral Interactive are working on like Android adaptation. That's what they did with Rome Remastered. They had the original code. They messed with. They tried to update it. Right. And I think I heard somewhere that in terms of like older games, like if you go, okay, look, Shogun 2 was like clearly the best Total War game. What if we just went back to Shogun 2 and started from there? The problem is that these Total War games, they're programmed in a complete mess. Like Warhammer 3 was apparently such a gigantic mess that even the modders were like, what the hell? This is so different from Warhammer 2. It's just a complete mess. But if you go back to Shogun 2, the people that worked on Shogun 2 no longer work at Creative Assembly. The people who worked on Three Kingdoms don't even work at Creative Assembly anymore. And so these are... Oftentimes when you program something, it has the mark of the maker in there due to... Not everyone writes code perfectly. They put in mistakes. They don't write like explanations in their code. And so you go back to go and have a look at it, and it's a complete mess. No one can interpret it because it's such a bloody mess. And it's almost an enigma how this game even functions in the first place. And so you can't go back to those old Total War games anymore because the people who made them, they're gone. And so all you can do is make a new Total War game of newer code on top of bad code.
It seems to me that this is a case in point where valuing people, not just money, like, is actually great for the bottom line in the end.
And I think that's a really important distinction that Creative Assembly has not done. One thing that they have not valued in the entire time that I've been a part of this is they have not valued expertise in people. They don't give a crap about how much you know, what you know, how passionate you are about it. They will throw you out the door the moment you become not cost effective or not worth dealing with or too much effort to deal with. And I think that's actually hurt them because I think expertise, especially in such a niche of a game, is absolutely paramount. And having that level of expertise working for them, like if they had programmers that had been working with Creative Assembly, been working at Creative Assembly since 2010, and been with the company for that long, that they would be able to deliver such higher quality games because the programmer would be so understanding of how these systems work. But again, I don't know this 100%. I think that a lot of people who actually program Total War games, it's the first time they've ever programmed a Total War game. And that's a huge problem for a franchise that's 20 odd years old.
Right. It's just a wonder that they don't engage you for consultation considering your experience playing.
Well, they now
right?
can't afford me, so that's one thing.
Yeah.
But here's another problem as well with that kind of stuff. If they did engage me, I would feel like my time is wasted a lot of the time, like because they wouldn't. Like I've been involved in closed betas before where my expertise was not acted upon. Like for example, Warhammer 3: Realms of Chaos. I bring this up because it's the most classic example I can think of, where I basically begged them not to launch the game in its current state.
Wow. And then
I said, just get a patch and do something. You cannot launch the game like this. The Realms of Chaos, this is going to be a disaster for us. And fell on deaf ears. And like if they engaged me again, how do I know that that's not going to happen? Like basically begged them not to let that game launch.
And then you feel obliged to cover it, and it must have right.
Well, here's another problem as well. It's the embargo system. From the day one of me playing the game, like I went back a little while ago and go through these conversations because sometimes you think like, is that what happened in reality, or is it just did I play this out in my head and it actually went down a certain way? So I go back in the conversations and I go through them and I'm like, piece by piece, I'm like, okay, that is actually what I remember. Day one of me playing Total War Warhammer 3, I said, I don't like the Realms of Chaos campaign. There is something wrong with this campaign. What the hell is going on with the Realms of Tzeentch? And I go back to January of 2022 and I can see that conversation there. Now, the problem that I have when dealing with all of this is because I was not legally allowed to communicate any of this publicly until 2 days before the game was launched. And so there was this huge perception that I would just gave the game the big thumbs up, when what was actually happening is the live streams I was just playing. Hey, it's a great game, should you buy it? And I would say, you have to make your own decisions about this. My review is coming out 2 days before before it comes out. And after a month of playing the game and having a good time because I knew how to play the game and knew what to avoid, my review came out, but people had already made up their opinions about the game without me having expressed whatsoever about the huge problems that the game had. So it was a massive problem with dealing with Warhammer 3, was that I couldn't be honest to the community early enough to communicate what a massive disappointment Warhammer 3, the base game, Realm of Chaos, was, because I had serious problems with this game right from day one, and I was not legally allowed to communicate it.
And it's just...
And by the time I was able to, it was too late.
Does it fray the nerves somewhat that you do have such a public-facing career, and so you're engaging with your audience in live streams leading up to that Realms of Chaos launch, and you're not allowed to say anything much about it, but you do harbour certain feelings that you just can't portray, and that just not being able to share something must have been like...
Yes, so that's why I say, like, that first 6 months of 2022 was an absolute nightmare, because right from playing it fairly early on, I was so concerned about what we were going to be going through post-launch, and I even underestimated how bad it was actually going to be. And the level of unresponsiveness from Creative Assembly, the lack of, like, give a shit, they just didn't care at all. They were like, we're just moving on to Immortal Empires, and it just made me resent them a huge degree. And it's taken a lot of energy for me to sort of forgive them for that and actually start working with them again, which I'm now starting to do, because sometimes you just have to get over it. Stuff happens, you have to get over it. You can't bear grudges forever, but at the same time, it did happen, all of this stuff, and I'm not going to forget it, but I can move on from it. And I bring this stuff up in the hope that it never happens again. And I've spoken to people at Creative Assembly who admit that they screwed up big time with Warhammer 3, but they'll never admit it publicly, obviously. But they don't ever want a repeat of that. But the problem is, as well, as I see repeats happening, because they're doing the same thing with Pharaoh. The review embargoes are going to be 2 days before launch, just like it was with Warhammer 3. So the people who are covering it aren't going to be able to be honest about it. So we're just going to repeat the exact same cycle. And then as soon as the game is launched and everybody is hating on Creative Assembly, they're just going to gut the program again, like they did with Warhammer 3. So I didn't think history would repeat itself so soon. 1 year is all it took.
Right. And wouldn't it be logical to just have beta testers and, like, be proud of your game, and then if you have unanimously positive reviews, you have but considering, the internet and games can be proliferated so much, you could have, a Grand Theft Auto 5 $1 billion in sales if it's just like an incredible build up to the launch. But with that embargo, that's not possible, right?
I think Creative Assembly understands that a game like Grand Theft Auto 5 is not possible for Total War. It is a niche. And I understand this concept a little bit, because I don't put 100% effort into my videos. I don't edit my videos. I try to get them done quickly. My videos are disposable. I understand that. But in the amount of time that I am doing that, they are the best quality that I can doing them. And that's also what I've been doing consistently the entire time. Whereas what Creative Assembly does is declines in quality over time. We have to put up with more and more sort of bad behavior and loss of features, or watering down of features, remarketing old features as if they're new features, pulling the wool over our eyes, more deception. We put up with more and more, like the blood pack, for example. That's like a classic example of things that we put up with Creative Assembly,
right?
Because
just having blood just patched over someone's face. And, like, I've noticed the little like character profile, like, they're not moving anymore, and I'm not tripping when they used to move. Is that a Warhammer 3 thing where they're not animated anymore?
What animated?
Like in the battles, like bottom left corner, if you click on a unit, it'll have like the face of an individual troop.
Oh, that's just a setting. So
I
put
is it?
mine to
Okay.
2D instead of 3D because
Right.
it's a performance issue. Warhammer 3 has some performance issues, which on some systems, not all systems, But since I've been having my computer's getting a bit old, I've had to scale down on things that aren't as important. Like I've toned down the shadows, toned down on the 3D portraits, just so I can get better performance on the battles. But that's still there.
Right.
Yeah, that is.
I brought, but sorry, regarding the blood pack, so it's just an underwhelming product, and your engagement with it.
Well, the thing is with the blood pack, right? We could put a stop to the blood pack. We really could. And not like you and me. When I say we, I mean the community. All we have to do is not buy the blood pack anymore. That's all you gotta do. Don't buy it. The reason that they do it and they nickel and dime us is because they can get away with it. If they do something and we buy into it, even if we shout and scream and give it negative reviews, but if we buy that particular garbage policy, then that gives Creative Assembly license to do it again, and they will do it again. So Blood Pack was introduced into Shogun 2. That was the first one. People negative reviewed it, but they bought it. And so, what's the next game after Shogun 2? Rome 2. Blood Pack. Attila, Blood Pack.
It hasn't improved the whole time.
Well, they make slight adjustments to the Blood Pack, but I would say that the amount of value between Shogun 2 Blood Pack and Warhammer 3 Blood Pack is pretty minimal. The main thing to notice is that you can now adjust the amount of blood and particle effects, but I would say the actual quality of the animations and the dismembering has not really improved since Shogun 2. So you really are just rebuying the same thing over and over and over again, and they're counting on that. It's just a way for them to just essentially sell the same thing over and over again, because that's good business if you can sell the same product 3 times, like Warhammer 1, 2, and 3, in a way. And I don't have a problem with them doing that if the quality is good in the first place, but the Blood Pack, it just does. No other franchise or no other game developer does this. Why do we put up with it with Total War? But yeah, if we just didn't buy Blood, they'd stop doing it. Stop selling it. I think. I don't know 100%. Maybe they just make the games without Blood at all if people didn't buy it. I don't know. But we have to keep in mind as well that in terms of a business, Creative Assembly has to try to keep money. It is now so bloated in terms of its employees. It's got all these offices and stuff. They can't afford to not make Total War games. And so we have a interesting situation here where they have to make Total War games. Like, they don't have to make DLC, but they have to make Total War games. And so the Total War games that they make, you can dictate whether or not they're actually going to be good or not by whether or not you actually buy them. So if you withheld your money for Pharaoh, for example, you're telling Creative Assembly that reskinning a game that you got for free and didn't really enjoy it that much in the first place is not acceptable business practice, then they will not do that again. At least they'll wait a couple of years before trying to do it again.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I think with like Total War Warhammer, they've made a big profit off of this system of making 3 different games. So I think they're going to do it again because it's been beneficial for them. But the Saga franchise, selling bite-sized Total War games, has been profitable for them because the costs are lower. And a lot of the times with these bean counters that work at Creative Assembly, these executives, that's all they try to do is they're just like, how do we pay our staff less? How do we cut corners here? How do we reduce our overheads? Well, let's just make a Total War game in $100,000 instead of $1 million, and then just see what we can get out of that. And if you tell them that is not acceptable, which for me it isn't, then they'll stop doing it. And I hope that that's going to be the case with Pharaoh, but I don't think it will be. I think that a lot of people will still buy Pharaoh, and they'll be bitterly disappointed with it with its launch.
Are they asking for $90, 90 Aussie dollars?
100 Australian dollars.
Right. I mean, they've got to rely heavily on marketing and having fancy, like, cutscenes
and gimmicks. And also they're relying on Twitch streamers that don't normally cover Total War games, so they're not familiar with what's come before it. Let's think about this. Alright, there are 9 mainstream Star Wars movies, right? Now imagine if you had only seen episodes 7, 8, and 9. Which of those 3 is your favourite, assuming you've seen it?
Last Jedi is head and shoulders above the rest, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but that doesn't matter. Okay. So let's just say that you've only watched The Last Jedi. That's the only movie you've seen, right? And Creative Assembly, or Lucasfilms or whatever, they get in touch with you and you promote this particular movie. You say it's so good, The Last Jedi is amazing, but you have not seen Empire Strikes Back, right? You haven't seen Return of the Jedi. You haven't seen I'm not gonna say Phantom Menace.
It's fascinating to me because like the reason why I enjoy your content so much is that I feel like our personalities are somewhat similar. So it's fascinating to me that we differ on movies because I think Last Jedi is great, and the prequels shocked me with how great they are considering how much they get memed on. So
yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, but I think most people will agree that the latest three Star Wars movies are inferior to the ones that came before it. And when the prequel movies were coming out, they would say that those were inferior to what came before it. And that's kind of what we have with Total War. You have a game being presented that looks flashy or whatever, and you show it to somebody who has never seen anything prior to Pharaoh, and they go, wow, this is amazing, I'm going to promote this on my channel, or whatever. But they don't know about Shogun 2, they don't know about Medieval 2, they don't know about Total War Warhammer, they don't know about Rome 2 for all of its flaws. They don't know about all of these other great Total War games, and if they did, they'd look at Pharaoh with nothing but disgust.
Okay, so they don't understand the context, and coming in with fresh eyes, it's like, oh, this is cool, but if you never play, Medieval 2 was just so time absorbing, it was so fun. Well, whereas it's not going to be the same for Pharaoh, most likely.
Yeah, exactly. So they're trying to capitalize on people not knowing things about the game rather than people knowing about the game, and that's something that Creative Assembly does a lot. They rely on people not knowing what the game has actually done in the past, because what they're doing at the moment is nothing spectacular. There is nothing in Total War Pharaoh that hasn't been seen in other Total War games, that hasn't been done better in other Total War games as well. Like the weather system, we've seen that in other Total War games. Really, and it's probably better in those ones. You know, they just made it more gimmicky. The battle systems and the morale systems in Pharaoh, I'm sure they're nothing compared to what you see in like Shogun 2 and Total War Attila in Medieval 2. These games that had really good battle systems, not necessarily great AI, but good battle systems in play. But they rely on people that don't know what's come before, and so they're going to push a high price on them, $100 for a reskinned nothing game.
Yeah,
it's not very good. And what that does is, like I said, it lowers the prestige of the franchise, and I would like to see the prestige of the franchise increase, which Total Warhammer 3 didn't increase it, it's decreased it. Pharaoh is not going to increase it. Troy didn't really increase it. Three Kingdoms did, until they canned it. That really sucked. Warhammer 2 massively increased the prestige of the franchise, and that will make it grow more if these games come out and they're actually good.
Right. What do you think it was about Warhammer that engaged you so much? I mean, obviously, if it's a new Total War title and it's playable, you're going to engage with it. But, like, you know, a fantasy setting, you've got magic, so that must have increased your engagement.
Warhammer 1 was nothing to me. I didn't care about Warhammer 1 at all. So, the magic existed, there were a fair few legendary lords in Warhammer 1, but the way that the game function mechanically wasn't very good. It didn't really hit super high notes, and I believe internally from Creative Assembly they said that that the game sold below their expectations. And then I think because Warhammer 1 didn't sell very well and wasn't super popular, Warhammer 2 actually initially didn't sell that well and didn't really reach a high point until way later, because they built upon their successes over time with Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2, the base game, when it first came out, wasn't anything spectacular, but then they developed the Tomb Kings. They started to really set their stride. They had a good synergy between the battles, the magic, the AI, the difficulty, and also the new systems that they were implementing were highly in-depth and highly functional and impactful, rather than low impact and sort of flashy but with no substance. And so as that started to become apparent to them, they got better and better with it. And then, of course, Realms of Chaos came along, where they completely forgot every lesson that they had learnt prior to that point.
Yeah. Man, unfortunately, I think it's kind of emblematic of a lot of market leaders are just not really innovating anymore. Like, I know that certain like petrol station companies, they have no interest in installing electric vehicle charging stations, and they're just going to sell their petrol and ride off into the sunset. And I just feel like that kind of strategy is probably in a lot of industries, and the video game industry.
Yeah, it is endemic. our generation with that kind of mindset, where it's a I don't give a shit mindset, and it's kind of disgusting, and it's what we're going to be known for. It's not going to not reflect well on us. You know, the next generation will be like, oh, I remember, you know, in 20 years something that those guys, they didn't put any effort into anything. That's the generation that we'll be known for. Because yeah, you're right. This is not, it's not unique to Creative Assembly, and that's what one of the things that makes it so very difficult to make any change with Creative Assembly. They are hardly the worst. They're not even close to being the worst. They're still bad. They still do a very bad job a lot of the time, but they're not the worst, because anytime you point out anything that they're doing wrong, somebody goes, but Blizzard is worse. But EA Games is worse. But this corporate entity is worse. And they're right. Across the board, there is scumbaggery and laziness throughout the entire corporate world. And the rest of us, the consumers, we roll over. We go out of our way to roll over to let them screw us over. And at some point, you have to say, you know what, stop screwing us over, start delivering a good product at a reasonable price. And that's all I've been saying with Creative Assembly. Stop screwing us over, deliver a reasonable product at a reasonable price. I don't think, you know, you need to have a 9 billion% profit margin increase every single year sort of thing.
Right.
You know, especially when economy times are not particularly great. There are a lot of people are doing it quite tough, but the corporate entities are raking in record profit. It doesn't make sense. There's an imbalance there.
The barrier to entry is quite high, wouldn't you say, to compete with Total War? So that means that they've got this huge lead, but all it takes is just one competitor, and they could just take market share if the product's lackluster.
Well, this is the problem that you're going to have there. And you see this with Creative Assembly as well. Most companies aren't going to chase Total War type games because it's a niche within a niche sort of thing. Strategy games are not super popular, and then Total War is like this niche within strategy. And the reason why Total War is able to be so successful is because they already have all of the infrastructure that they need already built for them, so they just recycle it. And there's nothing wrong with recycling a lot of your assets as long as those assets are good, but the problem is they recycle bad assets a lot of the time. Bad machine. So if you wanted to have another games company make essentially a Total War clone, they have to start from scratch. They have to build their AI, they have to build their systems, and this stuff takes a lot of investing. And that's something that I think a lot of games companies would rather invest into the more mainstream games rather than Total War. And we do see every now and again, I've heard of a lot of people that are so fed up with Creative Assembly, they want to make their own games company, but they have no means to do so because they're going to start off as an indie company. And the road from getting to indie company to Creative Assembly is from crawling to being able to climb Mount Everest. It's just monumental, and a lot of people don't have that. Most people don't have the drive and willingness to dedicate their entire life, because that's what it would take, your entire life, in order to build something like that. Because Creative Assembly has been around for my entire life, and it took them this long to build it up. And it's a lot harder now to build it up than it was before.
Right.
So while it's great to sit there and think, oh, if only there was a competitor, it's unrealistic expectations that there would be a competitor to just make another Total War clone. I'd love it if there was, to put some heat on Creative Assembly. But I think the best way to deal with Creative Assembly is to withhold money when they do a bad job.
It's interesting to me that you play vanilla, right, without any mods generally, and for me it just seems like a community of modders. They're kind of just bailing out the game studios for releasing crap. So I would propose a strategy of maybe bringing the modders together and saying, hey, if you're interested in this game, then perhaps we could team up and create a competitor. What do you think?
Creative Assembly oftentimes, if there's a particularly good modder, Creative Assembly will oftentimes hire them. So a lot of really talented modders actually get picked up by Creative Assembly. Or the other ways that they get frustrated with the lack of recognition and then leave. Examples of this are Darth from Darth Mod from ages back, who basically saved Empire Total War and Napoleon Total War from complete annihilation.
I mean, that's amazing. And would he have received compensation for that?
No,
mean,
what he
it's
went on, he
just...
went on to make his own game. He did like Ultimate Battles, Ultimate Gettysburg. I think that's what Darth went and did. I'm
Right.
not sure. But they just go off to, this is their training ground. It's like university for them, and then they go off and then they find success elsewhere, doing strategy, but something different. And then you've got Venrus, keeping Total War, doing well with Total War with SFO, and he's moving on to form his own games company, doing something completely different because it's not really in his best interest to keep staying doing Total War Warhammer modding all the time for so little amount of. I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I imagine it was pretty. Did not get much recognition for all he was able to put together with SFO and how much it was able to actually prop up the game. I think a large portion of the current player base play SFO.
Is
Even
that
if
right?
I don't personally play it that much, which actually I do play it now.
Okay.
I have been playing SFO and it's really good. But I think they don't get much out of it, and
Right.
so if they don't get much out of it, they leave. It's sort of like if my channel went downhill, I would stop. I would just go do something else with my life. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that doesn't happen. I fight my guts out, but eventually you sort of reach a dead end where you just can't justify doing it anymore. And this happens all the time with Total War. I've been around so long now and seen so many people come and go, and it's kind of depressing when you see really talented people leave simply because Creative Assembly or something just burnt them out. They just get disillusioned with the franchise.
Well, that's why it's so helpful that you're setting up that community, and also you chucking a host over to someone at the end of your streams. I mean, that must be phenomenal for like the up and coming
Oh, that was
YouTubers.
just like that was just what you would do on Twitch. See, I started off on Twitch, and I learnt that behavior on Twitch, and then I just brought that over to YouTube. It didn't seem anything special to me. But on YouTube, that was not a done thing. But it's something that the Total War community does now, which I don't know if I want to take credit for it because I got it from Twitch.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing because, and I think that a lot of people don't understand this, is that when a talented individual leaves the community becomes less for it. And it's not like if there was only one Total War YouTuber, that YouTuber would make $1 billion. No, that's not the case. I'm successful because of my own efforts in contrast to everybody else that exists in the sphere. So I'm grateful for every single creator, regardless of how much I actually like or dislike them. Every single one of them contributes to the experience that I deliver to my audience, and so I want to see it grow rather than shrink, which it's been shrinking.
Right. Well, I think that shows...
Well, it stopped shrinking, but it shrunk a little bit.
Right. I think it shows good leadership on your part to promote like Anton B Gaming and even just mentioning a major kill was it's just helping the next guy out. And was there Robert Downey Jr. was given another opportunity in Hollywood by Mel Gibson, and all Mel Gibson wanted in exchange was if Robert Downey Jr. was ever in the position to do so, it's just help the next guy out, right? And so that's how we create a better next generation. And if talking about corporations just not giving a shit about future generations, I mean that's just gonna...
That's the thing. The Creative Assembly doesn't give a crap about what comes next. They really don't care. Their plan is not the future of any particular creator. We could come and go as we see fit, and they just don't care. They've invested absolutely zilch into building a relationship with me personally. Absolutely nothing. All they've done is empty platitudes and words, and that's fine. They don't really deserve any more than that, but they don't invest into it.
Right.
So if I turn on them, they don't care. If I'm on their side, they don't care. I'm not important to them, and I understand that now. And that was a very hard lesson to learn, which I learned during Warhammer 3, was that regardless of what side I'm on with Creative Assembly, whether I'm in love with them or hating on them, I am irrelevant to Creative Assembly. They don't care about my existence.
Right. Even though you're a leading promoter of them, essentially. Like, if you're playing the game.
If I don't do it, somebody else will do it. And I play the game anyway, so they just assume that I'm always going to play it. And they probably assume that I'm going to play Pharaoh, which I'm not.
Right.
They probably just assume. They make these assumptions. They think, oh, you're a stupid Total War YouTuber. You're going to play it anyway. We don't have to give you any respect. And that's fine. They don't have to. But they don't make any mistake. They haven't invested anything into me. They've made nothing but empty platitudes and false promises the entire time. So the way that I deal with them now is that I don't withhold my criticism. I give exactly what I feel like they deserve. If they do a good job, I'll praise them for it. And if they do a bad job, I'll hit them as hard as I possibly can. Which, with Pharaoh, I am not impressed with this game at all. So I'm hitting them hard with this one.
Right. And you've got no legal obligations because you haven't engaged them with like any partnership or whatever.
No,
like embargoes, none of that.
No. No, well, I haven't played it, and this is another thing as well. It's actually in my best interest to not play it because as soon as I play the game, I'm under contract to not talk about it.
Right.
But if I talk to other people about their experiences of it, and if I observe as keenly as I possibly can, I can talk about it to whatever extent that I want. But the moment that I actually download the game, they give it to me, the key or whatever, and I download it, I put it on my computer, I can then no longer talk about it honestly until the day of the game comes out, basically. Completely hamstrings my ability to talk about it. And I brought this up with Creative Assembly a little while ago. We had a bit of a meeting about the problems that creators are having with dealing with Creative Assembly, is our inability to actually be honest about how they do things. And I said that the review embargo cripples our ability to be honest, and so we are basically enforced and incentivized to be corporate stooges.
Yeah. And
after obviously I was a corporate stooge for Warhammer 3, even though I tried to reverse the course of that game and failed. Since Warhammer 3, I've not abided by their embargoes at all. As in, they've sent an embargo and I've not agreed with them, so that I haven't promoted their DLCs. I didn't promote Champions of Chaos at all because I said to them, because of the review embargo. If I can't be honest about it, which I like Champions of Chaos as well, but if I can't be honest about it, I don't want to promote it.
Right. Yeah. Well, like we said, nothing in life is free. So, if you get access to this thing, then there's some sort of obligations, right?
I think that's a big thing with early access, and it's a big challenge that I've had throughout my time on YouTube. A lot of creators will just take the early access, make the videos, and think nothing of it, and that's fine. It doesn't really benefit those creators as much as they might think to do that. It's just sort of like there's a bit of a excitement about getting the game early, unless of course that game is garbage. Like, for example, I had a closed beta for Immortal Empires. I had it months before you guys had it. I didn't play it. I played it for a little bit, but then I stopped playing it because it was such a mess.
Immortal Empires was, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Immortal Empires was.
Yeah.
Like, with Realms of Chaos, that was different. I had to do something different with that. I played it non-stop, even though I was not enjoying it. And then I eventually found a way to play it to enjoy it. It was silly of me to do it that way, but anyway.
Was that like setting your own limitations?
No, I just didn't play the Realms of Chaos, so I would just not engage with the Chaos Realms. It took me ages to figure out that I could just not do it.
Right.
So I played my campaigns, I just would ignore those missions entirely and just play it as if it was a sandbox game.
Right. Well, look, I haven't played Realms of Chaos, and it was probably in large part because you weren't a supporter of it in the end, right? Yeah. So
it was awful. It's still awful.
Is it?
They didn't change it.
Right.
No, they abandoned it. They did a couple of patches, but then they gave up on it because it's not what people play. This is what I was talking about. Creative Assembly is disposable with their behaviors. They'll give something a patch or two. If it doesn't turn things around, even if it has in further into it. And instead, if something else is doing well, they'll just move on to the next big thing. They're like a magnet to success, but they leave all their garbage behind and they don't clean it up.
So I suppose it is a credit to them that they did clean up Warhammer 2, right?
Well, yes, because Warhammer 2, when it came out, was the most popular Total War game at the time.
Right.
So it came out in 2017, and it was competing with Total War Attila and Warhammer 1, and it was beating those games in terms of player numbers because those two games weren't doing so well. And so Creative Assembly has always invested in the Total War game that is currently doing the best. Do you know that's why Rome 2 got got a DLC after Attila got its last DLC, because there are more people that play Rome 2 than Total War Attila. It's not that Total War Attila doesn't need a DLC, it's that if they feel like they can make more money off an older game, they'll do it. I'm not saying this will happen, but if, hypothetically, all of a sudden everybody just stopped playing Total War Warhammer and stopped playing all the other historical Total War games, and everybody just all of a sudden, for some reason, started playing Medieval 2, I'd be very surprised if Creative Assembly didn't make another DLC for Medieval 2.
Okay.
And that will never happen. So they support the game that has the highest player numbers. This is why, even though Three Kingdoms was younger than Warhammer 2, it got fewer DLC or less development time than Warhammer 2, because its player number fell well below Warhammer 2. And this is why Pharaoh is going to have no life cycle whatsoever, because it has no chance in hell. Absolutely none. Zero chance of competing with Total War Warhammer 3. Absolutely none. Especially considering there's going to be a DLC coming out right before Total War Pharaoh, and a DLC coming out shortly after Total War Pharaoh. Who the fuck is going to play Total War Pharaoh? Sorry, I don't know if you're trying to cut out swearing.
That's right.
Sorry.
I'm just conscious of if my parents watch it, you know, they're a little bit prudish, but
Sorry.
I don't give a fuck.
Okay, cool. Sorry. I'll try to be more careful.
That's right.
Who the hell is going to play Total War Pharaoh when Warhammer 3 is still being developed? I'll tell you, the people who aren't interested in fantasy at all, and that's fair enough. And I feel bad for those people, because I think they're getting a raw deal with Pharaoh. But if you look at Troy, for example, they actually made a fair bit of DLC for Troy, even though the player number dropped off, I think, pretty quickly. But I think that's because the amount of initial sales that Troy had, because it was free, vastly inflated the number of initial players that they had. And so it got a year's worth of development. If you ever look at Thrones of Britannia, it had no DLC apart from the Blood Pack, because it had no players. So if you want to see a game get a long life cycle, it has to have players actually play it, which is why Warhammer 3 works, and why Pharaoh will not work. Because, I mean, it'd be pretty funny if we're here 3 months from now and Pharaoh is the biggest Total War game ever. I doubt it, but I've been wrong before. I don't think there's going to be many players on Game Store or Steam, because for one thing, it's just more Troy. Who here likes Troy that much anyway? And it's the most expensive Total War game of all time. You could purchase...
Is it really? Wow. Who do they think they are, man?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, it is more expensive than Total War Warhammer 3. And if you buy... This is another thing as well. They have just made it so that Immortal Empires is now free if you only own Total War Warhammer 3. So you don't have to play Realms of Chaos anymore. If you only own... So you have two purchases, right? You've got $100, you can only purchase one. Total War Warhammer 3, you get this gigantic friggin' map of the fantasy world, and you get... Bretonia comes free with it, you get Bellicor, you get these other unique legendary lords, right? With no DLC for Total War Warhammer 3. Or you can spend $10 more, Australian, and buy Pharaoh, and get a really unpolished battle system with cookie-cutter armies with gimmicky systems, but it's historical. How on earth is Pharaoh going to compete? I don't think it can compete.
Right. It's interesting that this company's got competing products, and you would like to think that if you're bringing out products, like it fills a certain need. Right.
Well, that's another thing as well, right? Whenever I make a video, it actually competes with all my other previous videos. So if my video that I released today, whenever I decide to do that, if it does better initially than the one that came before it, then YouTube will push it out. If it does worse, then it won't push it out as much. So all of my videos compete with each other. And the same thing happens with Total War. If these games were made in a vacuum, if you were completely oblivious to every single Total War game, and you just had played a Total War game at random, every Total War game would seem really good. But if you were one of the lucky few that got to play one of the really good Total War games, then that'd be really great, because there are better Total War games than others.
Right. That is interesting. I did download Total War Empire recently because I was interested in kind of like an overwhelming force, like an empire going up against like an indigenous army, where like the more primitive technologies. It's just, you don't seem to speak highly of Total War Empire, and so I'm just a bit like, I'm giving them a go, but who knows whether it'll actually be any good.
Yeah, Empire is a bit of a weird one. I think Empire was existing in a time where Total War was small. Like, when Empire came out, it was the fastest selling Total War game, right? But if you released Empire Total War now, in its current state, it will not be acceptable. It's not an acceptable Total War game. Right. Medieval 2, for example, playable now, but Empire Total War is very buggy, and I didn't like Empire Total War because I had played Rome 1 and Medieval 2. And in fact, because of Empire Total War, I skipped Napoleon. I didn't come back until Shogun 2.
Wow.
But I think there was a lot of people that either really loved the time period, and this is why I said earlier on, time period definitely is important. But there's also a lot of people that will talk about how Empire Total War is total garbage as well. And there is... I think if you look at every single person that's ever played a Total War game, you'll realize just how gigantic the number of people have actually played a Total War game. But if you have a look at how many people have played every single Total War game, it's minuscule. There's only a handful of people that have really played every single Total War game or have been there since the beginning, because most people are only part of this franchise for a snippet of time. They come, they find their game that they're interested in, and then they don't try anything else. Right. Some people, their experience is a little bit more broad, but it gets rarer. I think a lot of people only ever play one Total War game.
Right. So do you think Creative Assembly are targeting newer players with Pharaoh, or...
I do think they're targeting newer players, and the way that you can see that is if you have a look at their time at TwitchCon, have a look at the interview that they did. They had Total War creators, like Great Book of Grudges as an example, at that event, were not interviewed. And you've only got people that are not Total War creators, people who are relatively medium-sized creators on Twitch, right? But they're not familiar with Total War. They even said, oh, it's my first time playing Total War, and I think this is great, sort of thing, because they've never played a Total War game before. In a vacuum, I'm sure Pharaoh is good. It's a good game, right? In a vacuum, if no other Total War game existed.
Right.
Problem is, it does. And in the same way that the Star Wars movies, 7, 8, and 9, are probably good in a vacuum, they're not good in the grand scheme of things because other better movies exist, and it's the same thing with Total War. And all we ask is that what they have done in the past, the quality that they've done in the past, is represented in the future, which it isn't.
It just seems bloody bizarre when you see a product go backwards. Like,
yeah, it happens all the time.
Is that part of just, as time goes by, our expectations grow and we expect...
No, it's not. And one way that I know it's not the case is because of Legend of Zelda. Have you played the latest Legend of Zelda game?
Well, I've never really been It's Nintendo?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So I've been a fan of Legend of Zelda since Ocarina of Time. I've played every single Legend of Zelda game on a main console, right? And it takes the formula to just a whole new level. So the idea that these games they're actually good, we're just boomers, right? It's not true, because I love Legend of Zelda games, right? I know them inside and out. I've mastered all the ones that came before it. And the newer games are the best Zelda games that they've ever produced by a huge margin. So the quality has actually improved. And one way I tested this out is, so I played Tears of the Kingdom, right, the newest game, and I then went back and played Skyward Sword, a game that I love. It's not as good as Tears of the Kingdom.
Wow. My friend he's a big Nintendo guy, and he says that their practice in building games is so thorough, I don't know how. Maybe is our Aussie accent a little bit different to the Brits and the Americans? Thorough, would they say thorough or thorough? Thorough sounds a bit ochre, does it?
I got what you're trying to say. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but Nintendo's just very vigilant in making sure, and also they want to innovate on the mechanics of the game. Like they've always got to bring out a new bit of fun.
They did that.
Right.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And this is a game franchise that also Tears of the Kingdom is a reskin. They recycled the entire map of Hyrule from the previous game. It's like almost unchanged, right? They recycled so many assets. Who cares? The game was phenomenal.
Okay.
Because they took the previous game, reskinned it, reused the assets, and then they built upon an already solid foundation. And I have no problem with Creative Assembly doing that, with them taking an amazing game, build a solid foundation, and then reskin it as much as you want. That's why I don't really have a problem with selling Warhammer 3 as 3 games, because it was a good foundation that they built upon each time. No problems with that. But if you make a bad foundation and then try to reskin that, it's not acceptable.
Yeah. And the fact that you say that there hasn't really been innovation in the AI since the very first games, 20 years ago, it's just bizarre.
This is the thing. It depends on how you look at it. I'm sure if you ask somebody from Creative Assembly, they'll tell you that the AI is the most complicated aspect. It's more complicated now than it's ever been. But when you look at the AI competency and what they can actually achieve, it's no better than what it was previously, because a lot of the time the AI has problems that have been programmed by people from earlier Total War games. There are behaviors in Total War Warhammer that are reflective of Empire Total War, right? And they can't gut this stuff out because the whole house of cards comes falling down if they try to gut this stuff out. And they're certainly not going to start again from scratch. And so the AI with Total War, imagine it's like a dog that's been taught really badly, and they're trying really hard to teach it some new tricks, but it's really kind of tough because you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And it's kind of like that with the programs. And they sort of just keep adding more to it, which when they add on crap on top of crap on top of crap, it creates it creates situations where the AI completely breaks down. And I've been around long enough that I'm fairly aware of when those situations occur and how to trigger them deliberately and cause the AI to completely break down. Like, for example, in Warhammer 2, when if you just hide the entire army, the AI just stops, just doesn't know what to do. Luckily, they kind of fixed that a little bit with Warhammer 3, but yeah, it's just a lot of that. Honestly, the AI doesn't really need to improve that much in order for the Total War games to improve, as long as they don't do stupid things like sit around or blob up. That's like the main things. If they could just maintain a formation and just kind of march in a relatively cohesive formation and not like charge cavalry into halberds, then it would be okay. But the problem is they do that kind of stuff. They'll cast magic on their own units accidentally, and they'll do a lot of silly things, and that's where the AI is most problematic. You're never going to have an AI programmed by Creative Assembly that's not like OpenAI that's going to be able to beat a seasoned veteran. This is never going to happen. They'll be able to beat people who are new to the game, and that's what the game is being programmed to be able to beat people who are newer to the game. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right. Do you think, it occurred to me that could you just feed all of your videos into a machine learning program, and then you could, and then that's
I don't know anything
legendary
about AI programming.
Right.
I don't know anything about AI programming. I have no idea.
Right. I just wondered if you'd given it any thought, if you're a master at the game, surely if a computer could learn your strategies and then...
Oh, but here's another thing. I don't consider myself a master of the game.
So, is anyone? Because if you aren't, then is it anyone?
It doesn't matter.
Right.
If you claim that you're a master of the game, that means you have nothing to learn. I'm constantly learning new things, having to constantly tweak things every now and again. But yeah, I actually think very little about how much the AI needs to improve with these Total War games. Because I really think the people that are complaining about it are the sort of hardcore veterans mostly, and that people who are newer to the game, they're actually struggling against the AI a fair bit. So it's not really a huge issue for the overall grand scheme of Total War. It would be nice to see the AI not do ridiculously stupid things, but this is something that mostly veterans will encounter, not necessarily the newer people to Total War. These are the people that Creative Assembly care the most about.
Right. Is Zelda cheesable? Can you and is it a fundamental flaw in it? Is it a fundamental flaw in a game for it have heaps of exploits and being able to cheese it
Okay,
easily?
so I never really cheesed that much with the Zelda games. There have been exploits here and there, and I know that they're like speedrunners that like glitch their way through the map and stuff like that. But I've probably played Tears of the Kingdom. I've actually ran through it twice now, and I have encountered maybe 2 or 3 bugs the entire time I was playing. I've definitely like cheesed enemies, but the AI is pretty good. Um, yeah.
But then again, like Skyrim has tremendous amount of exploits and bugs, but it's a great game, right? So it's not like if a game.
Yeah, look. Here's the thing. I don't think a game is really defined by its worst aspects. I think it's defined by its best aspects. So if a game has tons and tons of exploits, look at Medieval 2. It's one of the most beloved Total War games, right? Bug-ridden, exploit everywhere. You almost can't play the game and run it without accidentally running into an exploit. There's so many of them in the game, right? But what makes the game a classic is not on its worst aspects, but on its best aspects. And that's the same thing with Total War Warhammer. If you judge this game entirely on its worst aspects, it's really bad, right? But it also has so many redeeming qualities that make up for those worst aspects. So you can sort of forgive those ridiculous exploits. Now, the thing is, with a game like Troy and Pharaoh, what has it got going for it that makes up for its extreme lack of content? Look, it doesn't really have anything going for it. It's got good campaign mechanics, which is not unique within Total War. Not every single Total War game has it, but it's not unique.
And that would force a player to maybe just build an army that like is good in auto-resolve just to avoid the battles, and that takes away like a huge
That's what I did.
attraction.
Well, the chariots weren't actually very good in auto-resolve, but if I had to fight a battle manually, it only required 1 click to win.
Right.
So it was quick.
Was it like, because I haven't played Troy, right? I remember when there was that Beastman update and you had Morga. There's a wizard Beastman Lord. Malagor. You had Malagor on a chariot just casting 1 spell and you were just cruising around and you destroyed it like a full stack, right?
That's not entirely correct. So that was during the Immortal Empire's beta.
Okay.
It wasn't Malagor, it was just a Bray Shaman.
Okay.
And it was just showing a particular spell being busted.
Right.
Malagor doesn't get a chariot. He can fly. He doesn't get a mount.
Right.
So Malagor can kind of do that, but you don't have all the details correct on that.
Okay.
But I knew what you were talking about.
Just the way that you had this one smelly cow on a chariot up against like this horde of whatever you're playing, and it's just like that horde didn't. Right. That horde doesn't stand a chance. And you proceed to just cruise around them, casting that spell over and over.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. Yeah. But so you were allowed to release that.
Oh, okay. I got in trouble for that video.
Oh, is it still up?
So, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So here's the thing. I got into a little bit of trouble. I got told off for that video. When that video. When I was making that video, I didn't 100% obey all the rules. It said in the embargo to not be negative in any way, and I was obviously pretty dismissive of Creative Assembly's processes because I really wanted to get a message across to people that they should be worried about how Creative Assembly is doing things. And so I knew I was going into this breaking a bit of the rules, and I was willing to risk it. But I did it in like a mild enough way that I didn't get kicked out of the program for it. So this was such a huge problem. Like, we had just gone through Realms of Chaos, that absolute cluster pluck, and here comes Immortal Empires, right? Here comes Immortal Empires, and it's not as bad as Realms of Chaos, but there was some fundamental problems with what was going on with Immortal Empires, and we just weren't allowed to be honest to people about how slow Creative Assembly was being, how unresponsive to feedback they were being, these kind of natures. And so I made a video that would light a fire under their ass, because that's what I wanted to do, and it did. It lit a fire under their ass, and apparently they had fixed it beforehand. But I wanted.
So they do listen. Someone's paying attention, right?
They listen if you light a fire under their ass.
Right.
It varies. But yeah, so I made that video knowing full well that there were other ridiculous things that I could have talked about, but I wanted to leave them in the game, leave them there so that when the game launched, I could show people how ridiculous some of the stuff was. But anyway, but after that video came out, I got messaged by one of the community managers, basically saying that it wasn't really very nice for me to release a video where I was criticizing their QA systems, and that they would have really appreciated if I had written a report, regardless of how long it is and all the battle bugs, and I told them that I'm not doing any of that intern shit, and I said I wasn't going to give them anything. That this was truly when the relationship was at its worst.
Well, this was in the wake of
knew
Realm of Chaos release, right? Like
this was in the wake of it, so it was after it, but this was during Immortal Empire's closed beta.
Yeah.
But the Realms of Chaos was still very fresh. Creative Assembly at that point just wanted to forget about Realms of Chaos. They were just like, let's start a new slate, let's just forget this ever happened. And I couldn't forget it. I was so seething with resentment, and I knew that I was about to leave the program, but I just wanted to get through Immortal Empires, right? And I wanted to try to indicate to people as early as possible what the issues were that I was facing with them, and that they hadn't learned a bloody thing from Realms of Chaos, and just get people to light a fire under their ass so that at least the Immortal Empires could get fixed a bit quicker. Because other things that they were doing is they were pulling resources from Immortal Empires well before it was ready. And this is why it's taken so long, I think, to get Immortal Empires to where it is currently, which is still not in a perfect state, and why the updates are coming in so slow. They've just pulled a lot of resources onto some other project. Hopefully the next major historical Total War game, but anyway, I don't know. But I was well and truly done with Creative Assembly at that point. I was simply there to ride out this last little embargo, and to just to see what I could do to try to turn it around.
So you were still contractually obligated to be a part of the program? Is that right?
Well, you're never contractually obligated to do anything. You can always do nothing. That's your choice. You can either do exactly what they want you to do, or you can do nothing. You don't. There is no middle ground where you get to fight them. So I chose to fight them a little bit, and I kind of got away with it. But if you pick a big fight with them, then you get kicked out. That's for sure. And that's what I did with Thrones of Britannia. I picked a big fight with them, and I got kicked out. So you have to pick your battles. But right after Immortal Empires went full live, I basically left the program until kind of now. I wouldn't say I'm back in the program, but it's we're kind of working together now with Creative Assembly, giving them another chance. Although, to be fair, nothing has changed. They're still doing exactly the same thing. Still 2-day embargo until release, until you can be honest. So the same problems. They haven't learnt a bloody thing despite all this time, and it's so frustrating that we're just going to go through the same thing. At least these DLCs that are coming, they're nothing that you need to be worried about. It was the main game that was a huge hurdle, and that's past now.
Right. What are the actual perks to being in the program?
Well, the perks is early access, which isn't a perk if it blows up in your face, which it did.
Right. I mean, really, it's just like feeling of exclusivity.
Yeah, and this is another thing as well, is that you get FOMO if you're not part of it. It used to get a benefit if you were part of the program, right? You would get a pretty significant boost in your channel if you were part of an early access marketing thing. Like with Warhammer 1, that was great for the channel, right? But now it's more of a case of you don't really get anything extra because everybody gets early access, but if you're not part of it, you kind of feel left out.
Right.
So with the Forge of the Chaos Dwarves, for example, I didn't get early access to that. I got left out of that, but it didn't hurt the channel at all.
Okay. I think in this day and age, like FOMO shapes a lot of people's decisions.
Yeah, it really does. And that also makes it difficult. And Creative Assembly is aware of it, and they capitalize on it and exploit the creators based on FOMO. They're so aware of it. They know that nobody is going to stand up to them, anyone that can actually have any serious impact because of FOMO. People are way too afraid to lose their early access because they know how fragile it actually is. The moment that you stand up to Creative Assembly, you're booted out. It doesn't matter how big you are. I got booted out. I could be 3, 4, 5, 10 times as big as I am now. And if I stand up to creative assembly, I get booted out. But you have to pick your battles, because at the end of the day, I'm not creative assembly's enemy. I don't hate creative assembly. I just want them to do better. I want them to do a lot better. And I'm going to lock horns with them as often as I can now, because I didn't do it enough before. See, during Warhammer 2, I just let them do whatever they wanted. And anytime something like problematic showed up, like for example when the ending of Three Kingdoms, I thought that was really scummy of them what they did, but I didn't fight them on it because well, I'm getting early access and I don't want to jeopardize that. But I'll pick more fights with them now, like for example with Pharaoh, they got a fight on their hand coming.
Right. Well, is it a phrase, you know who has power over you who you can't criticize, right? So if you don't feel like you can criticize creative assembly, then they can kind of shape what you do.
Well, you can. I don't feel that that's the case for me at all. I have the power to criticize creative assembly.
Yeah.
So that's not the case. It's more of a case of this. The extent to which you criticize them, it depends on how excessive it is, and it can be branded as being disrespectful. So if you criticize, and perhaps a lot of what I've said here has been disrespectful, and if they feel that's the way, I don't care, because they have no power over me. Right?
Yeah.
None, absolutely none. They can't control my behavior anymore.
Right.
If I feel a certain way, I will just say it exactly how it is, and I don't sugarcoat it. So if I think they're being scumbags, I'll say they're being scumbags, and I think they're being scumbags a lot of the time. Not 100% of the time, but a lot of the time. And if they got a problem with that, well then they can kick me out because they have no power over what I do, and I'm still going to keep saying exactly what I keep saying. The only thing that they can do is try to change my mind and prove to me that they're not scumbags, which they haven't done yet.
Right. If you were to just stop making content, I wonder what the player base numbers would look like.
I don't think it would change much. Yeah, I don't think it would change much. I think a lot of people vastly overestimate how much power and influence I actually have.
Right.
All of my power and influence comes through my audience. They're the ones that have to make the decisions to buy or not to buy something. I have so little power.
Yeah, I suppose I was playing Total War before I discovered your channel, and I think I discovered your channel through like trying to figure out how to play Bretonnia, and then there was a Steam thread, and someone credited you as giving a really good 20 turns Bretonnia guide for Lewin Lewinker, and that's how I discovered your channel. So I guess I was a player prior, but then your content has meant that I have played it more. So
that's good. I mean, that's what I want. I want more people to play Total War, and this is why I say I'm not Creative Assembly's enemy. I want more people to play Total War, but I have to battle them all the time, because I tell you what, the biggest thing that's going to kill the player base is garbage Total War games. Like another Rome 2 release, another Thrones of Britannia release, another Warhammer 3 release. These releases are not good for us, and I want to not have them at all. Not minimize them. They shouldn't happen at all.
Right.
But yeah, anything I can do to like shine lights on good Total War games, I want to do that. Absolutely. I still to this day think that Medieval 2 is an amazing game. If you haven't played Medieval 2, try it. It's worth the price. It's amazing. It's clunky because it's old, but it's amazing.
Right. I remember.
Same thing with Total War Warhammer. Sorry, go on.
You during the days when you weren't happy with Warhammer 3, you live streamed Medieval 2, and I think the first battle you forgot about how auto resolve can really screw you up, and like you immediately took a defeat, wasn't it? Or like
I played as Scotland,
yeah,
and there was a siege battle, and it was like 95% in my favor, and I hit auto resolve, and it said clear defeat. I was like, oh my god, the first battle of this campaign, and I've lost.
Right. Because
I auto resolved it, yeah, and then after that, I didn't lose a single other battle. Oh, except for one, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
it was a bit of a culture shock. I forgot that would happen in Medieval 2, that the auto-resolve balance of power was not indicative of whether or not you would actually win.
And there was I recall when auto-resolve in Warhammer 2 went from a bar to telling you what the result would be.
Yeah, that made auto-resolve a lot easier, made it a lot comfier,
Yeah.
Because prior to that, I would like hard order like 19% in my. I was always aware that you could hit auto resolve and one unit would just get nuked, and so I would
Yeah.
just never do it. But now it literally tells you which units are going to get wiped out, and so it takes away that risk from auto resolve, which is it's not as bad as what it was in like Rome 2. In Rome 2, like auto resolve is basically no risk whatsoever, and it was so favorable towards bad units that you could really manipulate it in a quite a disgusting manner, which is
Right.
what I did.
Right. So do you think like as the difficulty scales up, it should be more ambiguous as to what an auto resolve result will look like?
Well, it depends. So, auto resolve's primary purpose is to reduce campaign fatigue, to get the player to not fight battles that are not going to increase player enjoyment. So that is super difficult battles and super easy battles. Everything in between, the player should be incentivized to fight. So there are some situations where you kind of want to auto resolve. For example, sieges, because sieges aren't fun. And so if every single siege is always you have to fight it manually, that could be a problem. So you've got to tailor the experience to make it fun for the player. That's the most important thing. It doesn't matter if the game is too easy or too hard. What matters is that the player's time is being respected, which is the fundamental problem with the Realm of Chaos campaign. It does not respect the player's time whatsoever. It's like, oh, you just put in 100 hours into this game. That's what it
Right.
does to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I never played Realms of Chaos, so I don't know.
You very fortunate.
Right. Yeah. It seems like you'd just be teleported into the way of like something that would just completely destroy you or just undo your work. Right.
So Realms of Chaos was like you're pitted on this mission, right, to get to the Forge of Chaos and defeat Bellicor, right? And so you've got all of these quite difficult, time-consuming, costly missions that you've got to do. And every step that you do it, you don't really get much of a reward. You do it, it's like mission success, on to the next mission. The thing is, as you do these missions, as you get more of these demon souls, the game gets progressively more difficult. So you take out the first one, the waves of enemies that come spewing out of the rifts gets more difficult. And then you finally finish the game, right? And the game goes cool, and then doesn't give you a tangible reward. At least that's what it's like to begin with. It gives you a reward now, but it's not very much. And the problem here is that if you simply don't participate, the game doesn't punish you at all, and it's so much easier if you just don't participate. So the game is inherently disincentivizing you from playing the game,
Right.
which is what I tried to explain to Creative Assembly. When you're making a game, you want mechanics that players are encouraged to participate in. I'm going to use Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom because this is a perfect example. In Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, you utilize every single mechanic in the game. The food system, you're going to want to do it because it gives you all kinds of buffs. There's very little downside to doing it. There's loads of upsides to doing it. It doesn't require much of your time to do it. It's just going to be something that you do throughout your campaign, throughout your time. The equipment system is something that you want to get as many different types of equipment as possible because each of them have very unique and tangible benefits throughout your game that will manifest itself in the game. There are enemies that you are incentivized to fight because each enemy has a unique item that you need to get in order to upgrade another system. So everything in the entire game, every little aspect of it, feeds into player experience and giving you something in return for doing something. There is not a single thing in Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdoms that wastes the player's time, unless of course you're just failing to actually complete the things that you're supposed to do. Every single cave has something. Every single item that you get has some value. There's not a single thing that has no value whatsoever. And that's why the game design is so good. Every single mechanic is being utilized, and you're rewarded, and it's so enjoyable to utilize it. And it's the opposite in Realms of Chaos. It's like they've created this system that is designed to punish the player for playing the game. Like, imagine Skyrim, right? Imagine if you did this really long quest arc, and at the very end of that quest arc, it gave you nothing as a reward. Nothing. And you've just spent like 5 hours doing it. Or even worse, imagine this. Imagine you did a quest in the game, and it caused a really annoying enemy to increase its spawn throughout the map, right? But it would only increase that spawn if you did that mission. So you do this mission, you get no reward at the end of it, and then having finished the mission, you still have to deal with that annoying enemy that'll spawn throughout the campaign, and it makes you wish you had never done it in the first place. You actually load the game back 5 hours so that you never did it in the first place.
Yeah, man, and the fact that you were giving them advice that you cannot release it in this state, and they went ahead.
Well, the thing to keep in mind about this is I don't talk to the head of Creative Assembly. I don't have that communication line. I talk to mid-level employees, people who are community managers. They don't have the power to put a stop on something. The problem that we faced is that when we were given early access to Warhammer 3, it was implied that our feedback would matter. But the actual truth was that the build that we had was the launch build, and we weren't communicated that at all. And so many of us, especially me, were not as concerned until we got closer to the date and we didn't have a patch to come and fix these problems. So we were not communicated with that this was just a launch. We were just free marketing for Creative Assembly, and that wasn't communicated to us, because when I signed up with Creative Assembly for a second round, essentially, I think I made it pretty clear that I was not interested in just being a minion to market their games, and I wanted to be involved with this kind of stuff. If I saw them doing something wrong, I wanted to speak out, and it was made clear that I would have that opportunity. And with the Realms of Chaos, I was not given. Basically, they didn't fulfill that end of the bargain, which is one of the reasons I got so angry with them. They didn't do what they said they were going to do in regard to my relationship with them. They wasted a lot of my time.
Yeah, you need honesty at all levels, right?
That's the big thing. They're not honest with the creators. They tell you what you want to hear, and then after the fact, sort of apologize for it, and then just hope that you'll get over it. Whereas if they had just been honest from the get-go, like if they gave us early access to Warhammer 3 and said, this is the launch build, guys, this is what the game's going to launch as, that would have been a very different experience. But the thing is, though, it was still an important lesson to learn, because I still intend to be in this Total War scene for another 10 odd years, 20 odd years, who knows. I now know this going forward, and I'll have that wall built up ready for Creative Assembly. So whenever I get a build, I'll assume it's the launch build.
Okay.
So I've learnt from that, but it's not necessarily to Creative Assembly's benefit, because I'll never again have that trust with them. They've lost that permanently. They'll never be able to regain that.
It's the interesting thing about suffering is that you never really forget just like how potent it is. And that can actually be helpful, because it shapes your future actions.
That's exactly right. So, at the time it was horrible to go through, but hopefully going forward it would allow me to do better by the community for future dealings with Creative Assembly, because it's like, I still want to work with Creative Assembly, but I need to make sure that I do right by my community, not just right by Creative Assembly. In fact, doing right by Creative Assembly is at the bottom of my priorities. Because at the end of the day, doing right by the community is at the bottom of Creative Assembly's priorities.
Right.
And I know they probably hate me saying that, but that is what they have proven to be the case. Which is why they ditch games like Total War 3 Kingdoms and make games like Total War Pharaoh.
Right. They'd invested a lot in 3 Kingdoms, right? Like, it was a flagship product. It wasn't like...
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that what they originally intended, there was more DLC to come, because 3 Kingdoms sold really well, especially in China, but the DLC didn't sell that well, because China is a different culture and they're not used to having to buy their games in little bits and pieces. They like to buy a game and then that be it.
Right.
Apparently, that's what I heard. So the DLC wasn't selling. So what they decided to do, the cynical approach to it, cynical interpretation of it, is that they decided to can their future DLC and instead incorporate that future DLC into a whole new game and sell it that way to the community. But it didn't fly at all. And so they've probably either put that on the back burner, put it as a delayed thing. Maybe 3 Kingdoms 2 is a bit later down the track. But the way that they handled the corpse of 3 Kingdoms was so uninspiring that it probably affected their future decisions. Where I'm pretty sure if they didn't get that negative response that they got, instead of Total War Pharaoh, we'd be getting Total War 3 Kingdoms 2 now. Which would just be the DLC that essentially wasn't selling or wasn't hadn't been implemented yet. That's what I think, but I don't know for sure because I can only speculate based on what they do. But whenever they make those sort of videos, like the Future of Three Kingdoms, go and watch that video. It is some of the most despicable deception that Creative Assembly does, and that is really what it is like to work with Creative Assembly. How they can twist the gutting of a game and make it seem like they actually finished when they didn't finish. They didn't fulfill their end of the bargain. They didn't do what they said they were going to do, but they pretended or assumed that it is finished. So it's like the way that it is dealing with Creative Assembly, how they twist language. Oh, we never really promised that we would actually make a good game, guys. It wasn't really part of what we said we were going to do. You know? So we have to learn that going forward when dealing with Creative Assembly, which unfortunately will mean for them a way more cynical relationship going forward. It can still be beneficial for both parties, but it's way more cynical. It's not going to be glassy-eyed, oh, Creative Assembly, I can't wait to see what you're doing. It's going to be, oh, how are you going to screw me over this time? Every step of the way, because I know that they'll do that.
Right.
If I drop my guard.
Yeah.
And they can then choose whether or not to work with me. And that's entirely their prerogative. If they don't want to do it, that's entirely fine with them. Because if they give me early access to something that's garbage, I will not cover it. I will not cover it at all.
And that sends a message in itself.
Yeah.
And that's your way of voting with your feet, which is what or wallet
why,
or by not.
Yeah. And that is why I refuse to cover Total War Pharaoh. But here's the thing: if I'm wrong about Total War Pharaoh, which I always have to have some inclination that there's a possibility that I'm wrong, right? If Total War Pharaoh comes out and it's actually amazing, it's the greatest Total War game ever, you know, I'll go back and go buy the game and I'll play it. You know.
Right.
But I'm not going to be part of this marketing of Total War Pharaoh. I'm going to boycott it because I hate the idea of taking a game that I didn't like very much, Troy, reskinning it, and then selling it for higher price than Total War Warhammer 3. I hate that with every fiber of my being. I hate what they've done with that. It's not good. The fact that they just took Total War Saga out of what is essentially a Total War Saga game. It's a reskinned Saga game. And selling it for $100, it's despicable. And even if the game is amazing, that will still remain despicable. And it's typical of what Creative Assembly does. It's not cool. This game should not be $100. It should be $50 at most.
Yeah, so what makes them think that they're going to get away with it? Is it the prestige of the success of Warhammer 2?
I don't know why they think they can get away with it. I don't know. I think that they're just trying to... I think it's more like this. If you charge a high price for something, then people will assume it's high value, even if it isn't. It's like trying to sell knockoff watches at premium prices. Well, I bought it for $1,000. Surely it must be worth that much. It's kind of that mentality with it. Because people assume that the price is fair a lot of the time. Because people are gullible, which is very unfortunate. We have a situation with the Total War community where we have a very soft consumer base. I don't mean that as an insult, but it's something to be aware of, that we're a bunch of sort of 20s to 30s year old men who don't really question the purchases that we make and not really trying to look for value. We just, if someone puts a price tag on it, we just assume that that's value, even if it isn't.
And do you think we kind of hold on to the good times that we have had, and we have had good times with Total War titles, and we're just hoping for the best for this future iteration?
There is a lot of hope here, and that is a bit of a problem because people hold out on hope. They think, oh, I really hope that this is going to be a great game, and so I'm going to assume that it is, and then they go and buy it, and then it's recycled garbage, and then they get super angry. Oh, why didn't anyone warn us that this game was just recycled garbage? None of the creators who get access to it are legally allowed to. The system is rigged in favor of Creative Assembly. It's completely rigged. They did it deliberately to do this so that no one can criticize the game before the game comes out. And if they do criticize it, the window of opportunity is so small that nobody is listening, because one day before the game comes out, people have already purchased it and they're unlikely to refund their purchases. The system is completely rigged in Creative Assembly's favor, which is fine if they do a good job.
Yeah.
If they do a good job.
Well, I think in any field you'll get kind of leaders who understand that they are kind of can separate themselves from the powers that be, and perhaps you're that in this field, because you can still do what you do via YouTube, and but still look for improvement and not just like hamstring yourself as far as what you can say.
Yeah, well, like I said, you got to pick your own battles as much as possible. I can't fight them in every single area. This is one area where I'm choosing to put my foot down with Pharaoh.
Yep.
But again, if I am proven wrong, then I will retract everything and give them the apology. I'm more than willing to do that for not having faith in them, I guess. But it still doesn't make any sense to me that this is a $100 game from a recycled corpse of a game. It doesn't make any sense.
And my understanding is that they have outsourced the labor for building this game as well as Troy to a country that pays has like a cheaper minimum wage. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know about the minimum wage stuff in Bulgaria. This is made in Sofia in Bulgaria. I would assume that that's the case, but I haven't actually researched that. To me, I don't really care that much if they're doing that. If that makes sense. If they're outsourcing, doesn't bother me that much, because at the end of the day, they're still making the majority of their products at Great Britain, in England. And if they're outsourcing to make things a bit more efficient, that's fine. And honestly, the team at Bulgaria, they do actually seem like they know what they're doing to some degree. The problem that I have with what they're doing is that they're not giving that team the resources and the time they need to actually make a good game, and so we end up with an inferior product. I think a lot of my criticism will go away if they made a better product. Obviously, there's so many battles to fight with Creative Assembly. They don't treat their staff as well as they should, especially the female ones, at least in the past. They don't maybe pay them as well as they should. I don't know. These are battles that I can't really fight on their behalf, because I don't have all the facts. I get bits of rumors here and there. Bulgaria, maybe they're paid less than minimum wage there.
Well, why set up in Bulgaria? That's just my question.
Yeah, I don't know. That's probably what they did. I just don't know. That's not really something that I can battle them on, because I don't have enough information. I can make some assumptions about that kind of stuff, but I wasn't there. So I don't know. But one thing that I can make assumptions on is the quality of the product, which is lapsing because they're not given enough time to do it. Because I think the Bulgaria team has the potential to make a great Total War game. If they're given more than 18 months to recycle a game, then I think they can do a good job.
Yeah.
So it's not me bashing the Bulgaria team. I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh yeah, that Bulgaria team is trash. I'm not saying that at all. I think that a lot of the developers, if given enough time and given enough expertise, can do an amazing job. My problem is that they are not given enough time because the executives give them a way too short of a deadline. Because obviously if they give them longer time, that costs them more money. So they make these games as cheap as possible, recycle as much as possible, and then just make these games as disposable as possible, sell it off to a soft consumer base that they think will buy anything that they shit out, and just make the next game before the other game's even finished. And they'll make DLC as long as people keep playing it, which is not going to play because it's garbage. But I think that if you don't buy it in the first place, they'll stop doing it. You have to just... In order to exact change within an industry, you have to make certain behaviors not profitable, because you can't ask profit-driven companies to act morally, because they're not moral systems, they're profit systems. And so you have to make that system not profitable. And the only way to do that is by boycotting. Steam reviews and angry letters to Creative Assembly will do nothing. So don't be hostile towards them about that. If you want to see change, you have to withhold money.
Right.
And I'm not advocating for pirating of games either, although some people will do that. I'm not going to stop anyone from doing it, but I don't advocate for it.
I recently I mentioned Madden was good, at least from 5 years ago or earlier, and I tried to download a Madden game, and then I got like one of those viruses that mines your computer power for Bitcoin or
really?
like crypto. Yeah, so you got to be careful about that, and it's just a shame that the gaming the game producers like are forcing their player base to do things like that, and like essentially forcing some people to mod games. It's just
Yeah,
unbelievable.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. The system is well. Yeah, there are a lot of games developers out there, and I've said it before. Creative Assembly is hardly the worst, but Creative Assembly is the franchise. Well, Total War is the franchise that I have found myself in, and I can't pick a fight in the worst one, not knowing anything about what they're doing. I'm here with Total War. This is what I've chosen to dedicate my life to. This is the battle that I'm going to fight. And the fact that there are more disgusting companies out there, bigger scumbags, makes it harder to fight Creative Assembly for sure, to enact better change. But yeah, Madden is one of those cases where that is one of the worst cases that I've heard of scumbag company, where if only the players would just stop buying the game, they're gonna they're gonna make a Madden game. Okay, people, developers, the NRL. I'm not sure. I'm really unfamiliar with Madden. They're going to want their game to be made, and they want maximum profit. So they will strip that license away from whoever the hell is making that game and give it to somebody else that'll actually do it justice. If people stop buying the game, you have to vote with your wallet, and you have to make these companies pay for what they've done or what they haven't done. And it's time to do that now. And it's the same with any industry as well. If these companies are not doing the minimum that they should be doing to get their products out, you have to withhold it. And I also know that there's this argument going around, oh, but you hate capitalism. Here's the thing about capitalism, right? Capitalism, in its rawest sense, is make the best product at the cheapest price possible for the lowest price possible. That is capitalism. Capitalism is not make the lowest quality product in the lowest price possible at the highest cost possible. Sorry, other way around. Lowest cost possible at the highest price possible, which is currently the business model that we're seeing. It's a bastardization of capitalism where the consumer loses every single time. And so what I want is a situation where the consumer wins and the business wins. Make a good product, consumer happy, you get money, business thrives. Maybe you don't make $1 trillion in profit a quarter or whatever. Maybe they're not going to make quite as much profit, but some of the profits that these companies are making is obscene, absolutely obscene. And we're in a situation now where a lot of the population, they worship profit. Oh my God, that games company, they laid off 50% of their staff and they've made 200% profit over the previous year. Oh, they must be making great games. No, that's not what happens. You know, we should, when these companies are opening up new branches, but then releasing garbage, something's got to give.
Right. It's just a shame that clearly whoever started Creative Assembly,
they're long gone.
Right.
Long gone. They don't work there anymore.
Right. But they would have had a passion for gaming.
Yes, they had a passion for gaming. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I saw a documentary about this. The person, one of the people that started Creative Assembly, got bought out by Sega, and they are so... I don't know if it's still the case, but they hate them so much that they don't talk to the current Creative Assembly.
Right.
Because they, as far as I'm aware, they twisted what they were trying to do so much. So if you look at Creative Assembly now and think it's the same company as it was back in 2000 and 2002 and 2004, it is not. There might be one person that is still there from that time, maybe one.
Right. It seems to happen in the gaming industry. Like, there's a YouTuber who did a coverage of the comparison between Left 4 Dead and Back 4 Blood, and Back 4 Blood marketed itself as a reprisal of Left 4 Dead, but from the creators of Left 4 Dead. But in actual fact, Back 4 Blood had maybe 4 staff members who worked on Left 4 Dead, and Back for Blood was a vastly inferior product, even though it was made with, better graphics, blah blah blah. So yeah, it's just like that lack of continuity with the staffing in the making of games seems to just really affect the quality.
Well, I think that it's really hard to determine whether or not a game is going to be good just because somebody who worked on a project once before that was super successful and is now working on a different project, there's no way to know that they're the key to that project's success. When they say 2 out of 1,000 of the programmers from Total War Warhammer are now working on the next Total War game, is that the best ones? What happened to the best ones? Because I've been at companies where not everybody who's there is of the same level of diligence and expertise. Some people are dead weight, and they tend to float in the company and just wait for promotions and things like that. And some people are hungry for promotions, and they're talented, and they move on to another company as soon as they get a better deal. And it's more than likely that the finest minds working behind the best Total War games simply don't work at Creative Assembly anymore because they're so talented that they got a better job elsewhere.
Right. I wonder what
that is
might
what
be.
is most likely the case, because people who work hard, typically speaking, also try to get more for themselves, and Creative Assembly is known for not paying very well.
Right.
I don't know if that's true, but one thing that I heard about Creative Assembly is that it is a revolving door of talent. Talent goes in, talent goes out.
Right.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It would be really great if they could actually hold some staff for a long period of time that actually understand these games, at least somewhat. But they get students come in. It's basically like an internship, and they say, okay, you're working on the next Total War game, and they look at old code, and it's like, I can't understand this code. Well, I'll just build on top of it, and we'll just mod it essentially.
Right.
And then when their contract expires, they move on to a better a developer that offers better perks.
Right.
I don't know. What are you gonna do?
Well, it's a case study for a lot of workplaces, I think.
Yeah. Again, I don't have all the facts, but you can make certain assumptions. I know I've definitely heard that a lot of skilled staff got pulled out of Total War Warhammer 3. That's undeniable. That happened.
Right.
And that reflects what has been happening with the game. It's not in a terrible state, but it's not being worked on with as much finesse as what Warhammer 2 had. Even if you have the lead guy, this is another thing as well, like you've got the lead guy, Richard Aldridge, right? But he doesn't do everything. What if his right-hand man in Warhammer 2 has gone? What if he had like 3 right-hand men or women during Warhammer 2 and they're gone? What if he's on his own now with a whole bunch of student interns? What if he can't cope with what's going on now? I don't know. It's hard to say. They're not a one-man band, these companies, and so when people are just seen as we have 500 employees and then we have 600 employees, this numbers, it doesn't really tell the whole story.
Yeah, right. And Creative Assembly are branching out. It seems like maybe like a Overwatch imitation or something like that.
Yeah, that's going to be funny to see what happens, because that is just so clear of like corporate stooge. Like somebody at Creative Assembly or Sega has gone, ooh, what popular game? Ooh, that game popular. Let's make that, with no passion whatsoever. And then they've gone, okay, let's get a team together. Let's get the most uninspired team together. People who have just thrown away their hopes and dreams of making a particular type of game, and they're just like, I'm in the industry and I just do what I'm told. And they go, okay, I want you to make that game. And so what they do is they just copy everybody else's idea, and they go, okay, this is what we got. It's one of the most unoriginal, uninspired games that I've ever seen pumped out. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Hyenas. And do you know what the funniest thing about it is? That the game's name itself is almost a joke on itself, because it is literally scavenging off the corpses of other games.
That is true.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Hyenas. It's a niche that I am not familiar with at all. I know it's huge, but I also know it's very competitive, and Creative Assembly has not thrived in competitive environments because it's had a monopoly for such a long time. So you've got a company that's not conditioned to competing, trying to compete. It's going to be interesting.
Maybe, well, you'd hope that they take some lessons from whatever transpires Like if they understand that, oh wow, we have a title that is essentially sitting in a monopoly, but we've tried to enter a very competitive market, and we'll presume they fail. I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're very cynical within the Total War scene. Has so far been cynical towards it because there's not a huge amount of love and respect for Creative Assembly at the moment. The peak of Total War Creative Assembly respect is well since past, which they can regain if they just do right. But their marketing to their fan base, which is pretty heavily ingrained, which is not that interested in this game franchise at all, with this game genre. And so it's going to be a bit of a leap for them to go from very niche strategy, to shooters. I'm not sure. Like, you're changing demographic essentially from boomer men to kids, like younger kids. Well,
it's diversifying assets, right? Like you do imagine the boardrooms, the discussions with these sort of terminologies thrown around.
Yeah, like I don't see that as being necessarily a problem, but from my male boomer perspective, I'm just like, this is going to blow up spectacularly in their face. The thing that pisses me off the most, though, is that this game is clearly made off the profits of Warhammer 2. So I'm just like, those profits were not funneled back into this game. They were made to make something else that we didn't want.
Creative Assembly. Creative Assembly. Are they a publicly traded company?
No, I don't think so.
All right, so they don't have
They're owned by Sega.
Okay.
They're fully owned by Sega.
And
I don't know if Sega is publicly owned. I don't really get involved or be too informed about that. They've definitely got corporate stooges who are making these decisions. It's not run by passionate gamers. It's run by businessmen who, if you got the people who are running Creative Assembly and sat them down and said, what do you think about Sigvald the Magnificent? They would probably shit a brick. They wouldn't have any idea what the hell you're talking about.
Right. I recently listened to Lawmaster of Sotek's piece on Sigvald, and again, that's another guy that you've promoted, and that's how you create a positive environment for Warhammer creators, is that you promoted Lawmaster of Sotek, and then I got an hour of enjoyment listening to him talk about Sigvald. But to your point, I mean, do you think, the reason why I bring up whether Games Workshop and Sega are public is like, if they were public, you could have access to like what their balance sheets, and like you would understand, maybe you could understand how much money they're pouring into certain departments, and like if they're pouring heaps of money into marketing, then that's funds that aren't going to development.
Yeah, marketing is important. A lot of people say, they're putting too much money into marketing. Marketing is important. If you want to reach the demographic that you're trying to hit, you need to market it. And you can definitely go too much and also too little. You take a game like Total War Arena, which I don't think had enough marketing and spent way too long in development. And that's actually a really good game. So marketing is important. But yeah, we don't have the full picture with Creative Assembly about how those finances are being distributed. But the thing is, when they have a high turnover of staff, what ends up happening is that rumors get spread really easily. Same things with leaks. This is why just about every single announcement gets leaked with Creative Assembly. It's because they have staff that aren't invested in the future of Creative Assembly. They get fired or their contract expired. They get information, they post it somewhere, and it gets out. But from something that was leaked to me a while ago is that Creative Assembly has so much money at their disposal that they could literally afford to finance the next 4 Total War games in succession before seeing a cent in profit. They have a ridiculous amount of capital at their disposal.
Right, and we're talking development could cost millions or tens of millions?
Yep.
Right.
And that they have
and they're
enough
good for
capital. They're good. And this was years ago, and they've only made more profit since then. So if you're sitting there thinking, oh, I'm a little bit concerned that Creative Assembly might go bankrupt, no, they have so much liquid assets at their disposal. They are not in danger of it whatsoever. And so when I see them doing such a cheap ass job of a game, when it's just not competitive upon their own standards that they've set, it makes me angry with them, because I know that they have just got so much liquid capital that they could make use of to invest in these games. They're not investing in their own future. It's almost like they're selling their own future short.
I wonder how the whole structure works in the office if Sega is the parent company.
From what I've heard about Sega, is that they give Creative Assembly pretty much free reign. Sega will obviously want certain things done, but for the most part, in terms of how mechanically it's done, Creative Assembly have free reign. From what I've heard, if you're ever sitting there thinking, oh man, this game sucks, I blame Sega, don't. It's not Sega's fault. It's Creative Assembly's fault. They're in charge of everything.
So why does Sega put their logo on the product?
Sega owns Creative Assembly.
Yeah, it's just like if they're wanting to take some, fame from having their brand on the product, it's just like you would like them to have some oversight over the quality.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not 100% sure about all this stuff. Sega is not really a brand that I would associate with releasing high quality. Like, Japanese company, Sega, Nintendo. Can you honestly say that Sega releases the same level of consistent quality as Nintendo?
Well, I'm not even familiar with Sega releases.
I would say not even close. Yeah. Sega's a little bit on the make kind of mediocre sort of game side of things.
It's like Sonic the Hedgehog. Is that like a flagship franchise?
That's their mascot. But Sonic, even within Sonic games, you wouldn't say that all of them are good. And there's so many trash Sonic games.
Right.
So I think Sega is just run differently. I'm not sure. I'm very unfamiliar with Sega, but from what I've heard in terms of Creative Assembly, is that they own Creative Assembly. It's simply like an asset that they've bought, like an investment property. They bought it, they get a good return on their investment. They don't really manage it too much. That's my understanding of it. As long as the money keeps flowing, it's all good. I imagine that if Pharaoh flopped, that a executive from Sega would ride Creative Assembly's ass really hard.
Right.
But Creative Assembly hasn't released a flop ever in Total War game. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Hasn't released a non-profit. Hasn't not made a profit on a Total War game ever. Thrones of Britannia, even though it was crap, made a profit. Attila profit. Every single Total War game makes a profit. That's because the costs are so low that even if it doesn't sell as well as expected, it still makes a profit.
And there is a fan base that's riding on the coattails of the more successful titles back in the day.
That's the case with any franchise, is that they do ride on the coattails of what came before, and that's what allows a franchise to grow. But where a franchise starts to fall is when they don't perform to their previous levels of standard, which is what you're seeing in Madden, which it boggles my mind that people are still purchasing it, which makes the arguments that I have to put forward very difficult, because I keep thinking, man, if Madden can keep making games, I don't stand a chance of changing the way that Creative Assembly does things, because for all of Creative Assembly's faults, it is nowhere near as bad as Madden. At least the games function. They're not as good as they should be or could be, but at least they function. Madden releases games that don't even work. They're not even functional. So that's a big problem. People need to boycott those Madden games completely and just let that company go bankrupt. And like the game company that made Golem, right? That company should go bankrupt for shit like that. That's just not acceptable.
Right. It's almost like, wasn't there the E.T. video game? It essentially ruined the video game industry in the 80s. I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
I'm not aware of this one. No.
Yeah.
I think I've heard about it, but that's actually before my time.
Right.
Yeah.
There was no quality control of games in the 80s in the early days of console gaming, and so two guys just made an E.T. the extraterrestrial video game to accompany the movie, and it was so bad after the producers of like distributors of the game had produced so many copies of the game that like it essentially destroyed the console gaming industry for a little while, and that sort of negligent behavior as far as like overseeing quality, I just wonder if the video game industry could fail that spectacularly again.
Not in this day and age. There is too much good quality games coming out for that to happen. So,
Right.
like, I just think towards this year, like Diablo 4, I haven't played it yet, but apparently it's really good. Tears of the Kingdom, it's 10 out of 10. I really can't fault that game. As long as there are amazing games coming out, as long as we keep buying them, the games industry is only going to keep growing. It's huge. But if we want to see better quality, certain games companies need to get a kick up the arse. And we need to stop worshipping these games companies as well. That's a big problem that we see with a lot of people, that they worship companies and they hold them to absolutely no standard whatsoever. Which, you know, if you take an individual and held it to the same standard of just creative assembly, that person could do literally crimes and get away with it.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty poor, the level of standard that we hold these companies to. Because creative assembly, they have allegations against them that they've essentially shrugged under the rug.
Of misconduct.
Sexual misconduct, yeah. Look, there's just allegations. I need to do that because there's never truly 100% proven. There's enough evidence to suggest that something did happen. And if you look hard enough, you can find evidence to it. But the problem is the player base doesn't care at all about what happens to the female workforce. They just don't care. And so there's no outcry for justice to be done. And whatever Creative Assembly did, have no idea because nobody cares. Or very few people care. But something did happen. Right. And it was very severe.
Yeah, and that must...
Or more like maybe it wasn't severe, more like it was repeated a lot over a long period of time, which makes it severe.
And that's just what makes all that sort of corporate marketing speak so phony, is that like you're trying to convince people with words, but then the actions of like certain individuals is actually like debaucherous.
Yeah. So from my understanding of roughly how it went is that they had a certain individual who was in a leadership role sexually assault to a degree. I mean, that can be a vague term. Female staff under his leadership, and when reported by HR did not only nothing but actually made it worse by forcing these women to work directly under this dude, and that this went on until the guy's contract expired, which was fairly recently, and only after his contract expired and he left the company did it get exposed. And as far as I'm aware, nothing really happened, but I just because I don't hear about it doesn't mean nothing happened. But yeah, it was a bit weird. I'm surprised there wasn't more like outrage about it, because I think that for a company that has multiple years of best place to work in Britain or whatever, that sexual assault at that workplace by a leadership role immediately disqualifies you from that award. In fact, I think that they should actually have to give those awards back. Right. Because even if they compensated for those people that it was done to, then they should still lose those awards. It's like what happened. I don't know. I don't get to make these decisions. If they don't want to fight for it, I can't force them to. But these are the things that kind of happen, and so it lets you know that Creative Assembly is not a moral entity. This is not a company that acts on a moral ground, that will do immoral things and will get away with it. It doesn't care because it's a profit-driven entity.
Have you ever seen this displayed in like the installation of some like aesthetic aspect of the game that you thought was a bit off, like maybe the female characterizations of characters in,
I think Creative
in the
Assembly
game?
tries to do a pretty good job of being as sensitive as possible with that. I don't think they go overboard at all. I think they try very hard not to be sexually offensive in the content that they make. I think that they do a good job with that, but not talking about what happened in the game, but actually what happened in the workforce. Again, I don't have any personal evidence. I've seen personal testimonies. I've read about it. I looked into it a little bit. It's all very hush hush. So,
right,
it's alleged. Something happened. Someone got very heavily suppressed.
Right. And if the whole like corporate structure allows for that to happen, like that, it's just I always think like it comes down to the leadership. Like if the leadership is setting a good culture, then that trickles down. But if the HR department is working against the health of their own like colleagues, it's just not acceptable.
Well, this is the thing. This is one of the things that pisses me off. Right? They used to get all up and mighty about the way I used to behave. The thing is, the way I used to behave, I was just offensive, right? I've never sexually assaulted anyone or harassed anyone. I've never hit anyone or assaulted anyone. I've never done anything like that. All I've ever done was say I've been a bit mean online, right? Not bullying or anything, just I've said offensive things, distasteful things, and I regret it. And I have been run through the ringer for what I've done. And Creative Assembly had the gall to turn their nose up at me when they were doing this kind of stuff, when I was saying the stuff that I was saying. It's just, I find it complete hypocritical, and they have no right to morally judge me after what they've done.
Right. There's a Matthew McConaughey line in True Detective, the first season of True Detective.
Yeah,
and he
can't. Good.
Yeah. And unfortunately, McConaughey kind of mumbles it, so I had to watch it back. But
he's a big mumbler.
Right. Yeah. I think it's part of like maybe method acting, or it's like a style where to make it more realistic. Like Marlon Brando pioneered it, I think.
Yeah.
But McConaughey, in the scene where Woody Harrelson's wife comes to Rust Cole, McConaughey's character, and essentially seduces him, if you recall that.
Been years since I saw it, but go on.
Right.
I remember something about that vaguely.
Yeah. Well, Woody Harrelson's wife is trying to give Rust Cole advice, and Rust says, I reckon people giving advice are really like talking to themselves. And that made me think that, perhaps when, like, in this example where Creative Assembly is saying that you can't be saying these things, it's kind of, it's a reflection of their own bad behavior if they're actually trying to give you that advice.
Yeah, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I just have a lot of bitterness towards I've been in this franchise for too long, and I've just got so much baggage that I carry around with me every day that doesn't get resolved, and I just have to carry it around with me. So, look at I'm like an asshole, so bitter and angry, but I carry around all these unresolved issues that go unresolved for a decade.
Right.
And I just be transparent about it. The issues that I have, and they never get resolved. Like the issues that I had with Creative Assembly, with the way that they're behaving in terms of treating creators, it's not resolved. Just have to tolerate it. They treat creators like they're disposable garbage. You're either a free marketing agent for them, or you're nothing to them. And that's kind of gross.
It's just, they must be high on their horse, because if I was to bring out a product and people love the product, but they also say, oh, well, you could be doing this as well. It's like, I would see those customers as allies, and I would be trying to listen to them to try and improve the product. So to neglect that, like, potential ally, it's pretty nonsensical.
Well, yeah, that's a big thing as well. I don't think I'm doing anything at all to hurt Creative Assembly's bottom line, because, as you said before, I release a lot of content that increases people's playtime in the game, because it gives you guides so you go back and play the game, or show you new ways to play the game, and which probably leads to more people buying the DLC. Very rarely will I do something to hamper the amount of revenue that a game will make Thrones of Britannia and probably Pharaoh will be two cases in where I'm not providing value to Creative Assembly, but it's more than compensated, I think, from my contributions to Total War Warhammer. But Creative Assembly will not ever see any value in any of that. Like I said before, Creative Assembly don't care whether or not I'm in love with them or despise them. It doesn't matter to them. And I neither love nor despise them. I just fight them on the issues that I can, that I have to, and I will give them praise when they do a good job. And just at the moment, I have to fight them. That's all.
So that's why I bring up, like, I think I raised this earlier, is like, are they too big to fail? Particularly if they have the coffers, you know. They could sit on their hands and do almost nothing.
Yeah.
And that's why they act. That's why they act with negligence towards their fan base.
It depends on how you look at it. So there's a lot of things that could potentially happen, which is why I think that we need to fight the incompetence as much as possible so that this future doesn't happen. Is that we don't have to wait for Creative Assembly to run out of money for Creative Assembly to get liquidated. If they see the ship is sinking, they might jump ship early. That's not good. It's one thing to toss a product on the side, like Three Kingdoms and Pharaoh or whatever. That's one thing, but to actually can Total War, that's not something that's on the cards at the moment. Total War Warhammer is too successful to allow that to happen. And even Pharaoh, it can't fail. It's made too cheaply. There's no way it can fail to deliver profit. But what they can do is they can damage their future projections by doing this. This is what Rome 2 did, right? Rome 2 sold heaps of copies, and it was a disastrous launch. And so they made a reskin of it, Total War Attila, and Total War Attila barely sold anywhere near as much as Rome 2. And I think the reason why... And Attila is just as good as Rome 2, if not better. And the reason why I think Attila didn't sell is, one, the time period is not quite as interesting, but also the bad experiences that people have towards the game that just came out prior to it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. Now, Pharaoh is coming out just after the Warhammer 3 launch. Well, not just after, 18 months after, which was how long it was between Rome 2 and Attila. So I think that the terrible launch of Warhammer 3 is going to impact on Pharaoh's sales. I think it will, yeah. I think that what they've done with Warhammer 3 has cost them millions of dollars in future revenue, because there are people that will never purchase a Total War game again. And that breaks my heart, because I have given up on Total War in the past, but I never want to give up on Total War. As much as I'm mean to Creative Assembly, I don't give up on them.
Hence that's love-hate relationship, right?
Well, here's the thing. I was actually watching a show recently. I'm not going to say which show it is. Some of you will know what it is, because whatever. But the opposite of love isn't hate. It's apathy. It's where you don't care about something anymore. You just walk away from it. That's the opposite of love. And that I don't have apathy towards Creative Assembly at all.
So what's the opposite of hate then?
I don't know. It's the show. I don't know. But the thing is, it's the people that have given up on the franchise, people that have walked away from it, that don't play Total War anymore. Those are the people that Creative Assembly should actually be concerned about, not people like me that criticize them and that fight them on the stuff. That's still playing the game, that fight them on the stuff. Because all we want to see is the game get better and to stop mistreating people and to stop being garbage people and garbage developers.
What kind of
Sorry, go on.
what kind of numbers will you be observing with the launch of Pharaoh?
That's going to be really hard to determine, because here's some things to keep in mind. Pharaoh is based off Troy. So you're trying to capitalize on the people that liked Troy. 7.5 million people downloaded it on the first day, got it for free. A lot on Epic Game Store.
What?
Right? Yeah, it was huge success. But that number dwindled really quickly. So how many of those people who got the game for free thought to themselves, hey, I'd pay $100 for this? So that's the big question. And you know that there's an Epic Game Store people, but you also got to keep in mind as well that a lot of people only got an Epic account to get that game for free. whether the game is going to sell more on Steam or Epic, I'd say it's most likely going to sell more on Steam, unless Epic comes out with a deal where they give Pharaoh away for 50% off or something. Or not give it away, but unless they do something like that, Epic Game Store is not going to be able to compete with Steam because it's a inferior platform. So if you have a look at the play numbers of Troy shortly after, as in a year after it's come out, it's not very high. In fact, it's one of the least played Total War games. How many of those people are going to purchase Troy 2 for Pharaoh on the first game, first day? Hard to say, but my estimations is that it'll probably peak at around 40,000 concurrent players on day one, and dwindle below Total War Warhammer within the first week, and never be able to climb above it.
Right.
Again.
And
that's what I think.
What would a success look like?
A success would be for me to be completely wrong. Okay, in order for Total War Pharaoh for me to be wrong, I would say that it would need at least 100,000 concurrents peak on the first day, which is less than Total War Warhammer 3, and we're about equal to where Rome 2 was on its initial launch. If it manages to pull that off, then I was wrong.
And the life cycle of a quality game, do you think should be years? Would you say?
Yes, it should be years. Yeah, because even Three Kingdoms, a game that was canned, got 2 years. Rome 2 got 2 years and then a little bit at the end. Rome 2 got 2 DLCs at the end of its life cycle after Total War Attila finished its DLC. Even Total War Attila had like a year and a half. Warhammer 2 had 4 years of it. With Pharaoh, I think that the DLC that is being marketed with the deluxe edition is all you're going to get. That's it. I don't think they're going to get any more than that. I'd be very surprised if they do.
The executives will just look at the numbers and say, not worth it, especially relative to Warhammer 3.
Yeah. How can you ever expect that Pharaoh is going to compete with Warhammer? The only people it's going to be able to compete with are people that are historical Puritans, and there are not that many of them.
Right.
Yeah. People are crying out for a good historical Total War game, for sure.
Yeah.
Like me, for example, I really want to see a good historical Total War game, but we're not crying out for another Troy. Right. Troy has a historic mode. Nobody plays it. And there are plenty of historical Total War games that have next to no players because it's just not a good game. Like Thrones of Britannia, for example, it's just not a good game. And this is a Thrones of Britannia. You've taken a game, recycled it, it's the same game as Troy, and tried to sell it again. And it's okay if you do that if the original game was good.
I wonder if this happens in other industries, like maybe the car industry, where you have a 2018 Ford something or other, and then there's an iteration a few years later that's like a reskin of the same car. Because like combustion engine vehicles, it's kind of hard to innovate beyond like a few cosmetic things, right?
Again, this is an area that I have no expertise whatsoever, but I would probably compare it more to like iPhones, things that come out with like yearly releases.
Right.
Like you got the iPhone. I don't even know what they're up to now. Let's say you're up to iPhone 20. I know that's not what it's up to. You got the iPhone 20, and it's got a certain number of features, and the iPhone 21 comes out, and it has all the same features plus one, sort of thing. That's kind of what people tolerate these days. Yeah. But when you have a game that is, hey look, it's the iPhone 21, it has all the features that the previous one did, -5, that's a problem.
Right.
That's a problem. Yeah. Or when they say things like, hey, it's got this completely new feature that the iPhone 2 had, you know, like what they're saying with weather. And I remember they said that with long grass, and like, oh look, long grass, it's a completely new feature in Total War Troy, and it wasn't. They've had long grass before, in like Rome 1.
Man, they're really just shooting themselves in the foot. Like, what, they really expect to not be criticized? Like, you could just say, like, I remember, like...
Well, this is what I was talking about before. They are marketing it to people who have never played Total War games before, because they know that they're not going to sell it to people who have, because you can't pull the wool over our eyes that much, because we're aware of it, we remember, because we play these games like crazy. Like when when they release a game that sieges, 360-degree sieges. Yeah, we've had that before. We just wanted it back, sort of thing. Bringing back old mechanics that are replacing bad mechanics isn't necessarily something that they should be praised for. It's just something that they were previously criticized for that we can cease on. Things like family trees. Look, family trees, they're coming back. Cool. We'll stop criticizing you for not having family trees. But when are they actually not on the battlefield, not much.
So I missed the last bit of that because our Australian internet might be a little bit like subpar.
Yeah, I was saying, when have they innovated on the battlefields? Not much. When, like, remind me, when was the last time there was any innovation on how things work on the battlefield? The collision's terrible.
Right.
Oh, look, they've brought back matched combat. Cool.
I thought it was interesting when you had that video where you played as Kolek and you had that mass and you could just drive through units. Like, was that a good quality development, or did it make like a single entity monster kind of OP?
Well, I think that's very much on the extreme, and that's not something that's bad in a game. When you've got things that happen on the extreme, that's not something that you're going to encounter very often. And in order for me to have done that, the guy had to have a lot of vassals. Kolek can't do that normally. He also went up against a race that they're particularly vulnerable to that because they're all small units. They didn't have any monsters to slow him down. And so it was the right situation at the right time of the campaign and with the right player in mind, because with that particular battle, I actually fought it a couple of times in different ways, and it didn't always play out the same way. But that was obviously the most entertaining way that it came out. So I went with that. So things don't always present itself, even if the opportunity does arise, where it could. And I think that's actually a good aspect to a game where you've got those sort of extremes.
I mean, like, what would you say is the key aspect of Total War that has made you put in like 20,000 hours? Like,
I mean,
what is it?
I probably wouldn't have played 20,000 hours if it wasn't my job.
Right.
So, but why did I fall in love with Total War? It comes down to this: the synergy between campaign and battles. Every Total War game that I love does this to a degree that I find acceptable, and every Total War game that I don't like does it to an unacceptable level. So we take Medieval 2 and Warhammer 2, Warhammer 3 as well. Those are like the key games where this, I believe, is done the best, where you've got amazing campaign mechanics that are reflected in the battle. And then the battle, however that plays out, if you do a good job, that helps your campaign. And it feels like everything that you do has impact. Right? The games that I don't like are where I feel like my time is being wasted, where it doesn't matter how good I am at the game, I feel like it has a low skill ceiling, that it just doesn't really provide me those great victories that if I work hard towards getting, that I can get them, which is what Troy kind of denied, because if you just build standard armies in Troy, you just can't really get great victories. You can win, but you just can't rout the enemy armies. You sit there and flank them, surround them, kill the enemy general. It just doesn't work. Nothing breaks them. But then again, you just get a bunch of chariots and just mow everyone down. These are problems. I mean, Total War has that. Total War Warhammer has that as well. But there is just a lot more that you can do with Total War Warhammer. You don't have to rely on one particular unit type to win every single one of your battles. But it definitely has problems in its systems. But I judge it on its best features, not its worst. But unfortunately, with Troy, judging it on its best features is simply the bartering system, and that's not enough.
Right. Yeah, well, diplomacy improved in Total War Warhammer 3. Like, it made things easier, right? Like, doing quick deals and things like that. Yeah. Well,
yeah, I think we've been for like 3 hours now.
Yeah.
4 hours. God damn, it was supposed to be a 20-minute conversation.
Yeah, well, I hit the 20 minutes and you seemed, wanting to talk more, so I was like, eager. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I was eager. I got a lot of passion for this franchise. I really do. As much as it's beaten me down over the years, I just keep getting back up and keep trying. And I'll keep fighting for it, even though people are going to tell me to shut up and stop and don't be so mean to Creative Assembly and all this kind of stuff. I just keep fighting for it. because I want to see better. Everyone's going to benefit from it being better, even if it's not better in the way that I necessarily think. I just want it to be better for some of us, if not all of us.
Do you ever think, like, you're passionate about Zelda, like, why not cover Zelda? Like, you've marketed yourself as a Legend of Total War, so is that just...
I could
like,
change my channel to Legend of Zelda.
highly original. You might have some copyright issues.
Look, I do love the Zelda games, for sure. They're one of my favorites, and one of the things that I love most about it is that me and my wife both really enjoy that franchise. But I don't love it as much as Total War, even though there's not a single bad Zelda game, in my opinion. I love every single one of them. I don't love them as much as Total War, even though I have this horrible relationship with the developers. It's so bad. Even though it causes me so much pain, I still love the Total War franchise more than the Legend of Zelda, because this is the game that I've dedicated my entire career to, and I'm going to keep doing it, and I don't regret that particularly. It's sort of bittersweet. So while there are other games out there that might be easier for me to cover, I have chosen this one, and I'm going to continue to choose this.
Right.
Because it's the formula that I fall in love with. The formula that Creative Assembly routinely gets wrong. Yeah. And while the Legend of Zelda guys, they routinely get their formula right, I just don't love that formula as much, that's all.
Right. And it's just a larger scope of a game, Total War, right? Like, Zelda's just kind of like that. Is it just a linear narrative, whereas...
pretty open world now.
Is it? Okay, well... Yeah, I mean, I'm not really familiar with
you can easily spend 200
Zelda.
hours in a single game of it. And
Right.
yeah, no, it's pretty huge now.
Yeah. But, like, the amount of content in Warhammer 3 is more.
Yeah, obviously it's more than Legend of Zelda, for sure. Yeah.
And it can... Is this correct? If I own Warhammer 1 and 2, and then only have Warhammer 3 on my... download it on my computer, can I play Immortal Empires?
If you only own Warhammer 3, you can play Immortal Empires, but only for the races that come with Warhammer 3. So that's Kislev, Cathay, the Demons of Chaos. If you want to play as the Ogres, you have to own the Ogre DLC. You get Bretonia because it's an FLC, even though it's part of FLC for Warhammer 1. You get Be'lakor because he's part of Warhammer 3, even though he's Warriors of Chaos. So you do actually get one Warriors of Chaos faction. But then as for the other factions, you have to buy particular DLCs in order to unlock them. So if you want to play as the Empire, as Reichland, you have to own Warhammer 1. But if you want to play as Marcus Wolfheart, you don't have to own Warhammer 1. You just have to own that particular DLC, the Hunter and the Beast. So you can play as Marcus Wolfheart, who is an Empire faction, which is Warhammer 1 race, was introduced in Warhammer 2. You don't only need to own that DLC. So it's a bit complicated, but it's basically a la carte. You just buy whatever lord you want based on the DLC that they are respectively attached to. Also, any FLC character, as long as you own one other character from that particular race, you can get all the FLC for it. So, for example, for the High Elves, for Imric and Elithanar, they're FLC characters. In order to get those two characters, you either have to own Warhammer 2, or you have to get either the Queen and Crone DLC, or Grom and Paunch. Sorry, Warden and Paunch. Goddamn, Grom and Paunch. So one of those three DLCs will unlock that FLC for you. So I think the system that they put in place for Immortal Empires is actually really good, and I will praise them for that because they did a good job with that. It's complicated, but this whole thing has been a mess anyway, so I think they did the best of this particular situation.
I recall that you spearheaded some kind of improvement. Yeah,
which I don't get any credit for. No. So I saw the conversations when I was in part of the Creator Discord with people saying, hey, you should really make Immortal Empires available to those that only own Warhammer 3. I saw those conversations, and Creative Assembly saying, oh, no, it's not on our to-do list, all this kind of stuff. And I just knew there was no talking to them through that particular avenue. But then I saw so many Steam discussion pages that were asking for it, and I thought, why don't we just do a petition? It doesn't cost us anything. and at least Creative Assembly, we could just like get them a message across. So I thought I'd do it and just see what happened, and it exceeded my expectation. And a month later, Creative Assembly comes out and says, "Oh, we were going to do it all along," and I don't believe that for a second, because I had people behind the scenes say that it would not. It may have happened without the petition, but it wouldn't have happened anywhere near as quickly. They spearheaded that as soon as that petition went up. They wanted to squash it, but they also wanted to seem like it was their idea to begin with. So they had to do that as quickly as possible in order to like make it seem like the petition actually did nothing, which it absolutely did. It's just part of the dishonesty of Creative Assembly. They're never going to acknowledge when other people have managed to get them to bend their decisions, which there was such a big success for us, which I can't ever really truly claim because I don't know 100% whether or not that was. I've only had some people say that it was because of the petition. And the thing is, it doesn't matter. I don't need credit for it. I didn't do it for the credit. I did it to get it done. It got done, so whether it goes completely unthanked, it doesn't matter to me. It got done. That's the most important thing.
Because the alternative prior to that happening was like you'd have to play Realm of Chaos if you wanted to play Warhammer 3, right?
This is the problem, right? If you bought Creative Assembly was pushing Warhammer 3 and saying it was saying you should play Warhammer 3 first. And all those creators were like, no, you should play Warhammer 2 first, right? Play Warhammer 2 first. If you like that, then purchase Warhammer 1, then purchase Warhammer 3. That was the order you're supposed to purchase. But Creative Assembly, having a much higher reach, was saying, we recommend you play Warhammer 3 first. This ran into a fundamental problem. People purchase Warhammer 3 as their first Total War Warhammer product. They are only able to play the Realm of Chaos, which is a horrible experience, which will then disincentivize them or deter them from purchasing Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 in order to get the true experience. So because of Realm of Chaos being so bad, they had to make Immortal Empires available to bypass that. That was my thought. If the Realms of Chaos had been a good campaign experience, then they didn't need to do this, because you could have just... It would have been worth it then to buy Warhammer 1 and 2 if you had played a good Realms of Chaos campaign. But Creative Assembly didn't see that until it was pointed out to them. And the thing is, when Immortal Empires was made available to everyone that owns Warhammer 3, the player count nearly doubled.
I was just about to ask that. Like, did you notice a change?
It nearly doubled. Yeah, it's huge. And it's stabilized quite well after that.
Man, it's great that you're generous with wanting the community to be strong, because like that's a corporate decision that has incredible like financial ramifications for them. And you know,
it benefits them as well, because now they're selling more DLC, way more than they did before. It benefits them, and I'm happy that it would benefit from them. I don't want Creative Assembly to be punished and to like go to be destitute. I'm not trying to run Creative Assembly into the ground. I actually want them to make more money, as long as they do it ethically, obviously, and try to increase the number of people that play Total War games. I want more people that haven't played Total War to play Total War, but I can't recommend garbage. You know, sometimes I see people out in the street, they ask me, well, you know, I'm at a party or whatever, and they ask me what I do for a living. I say I play Total War, and I've never heard of Total War. And they ask me, oh, do you recommend I get this latest game? It's called Pharaoh. And I go, no, don't get that.
Right.
So why would I recommend it?
Yeah, it makes it difficult to be a promoter of it then, in some respects.
Well, I would say things like, no, get Total War Warhammer 2, or get Total War Warhammer 3, or get Medieval 2, or something like that. The games that I actually do recommend. But everybody has a different taste, so I have to suss out exactly what they want out of a Total War game first. So, you know, if they're interested in just like really balanced battles, I'll direct them towards Shogun 2. If they're interested in just like a really sort of casual sort of order resolve-y experience, I'll direct them towards Rome 2. So it just depends on what they want.
Right. Is the learning curve, like, it wasn't problematic for me, and you've mentioned Crusader Kings, and I gave that a try, and the learning curve was a bit too steep for me to like
that
really
is a very
give it a lot of
steep learning curve. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if you ask a Paradox player, they'll say that, oh, Crusader Kings 2, it's easy, you're just dumb. No, Crusader Kings 2 has a steep learning curve. Absolutely.
I suppose like it depends on your willingness to engage with like tutorials and things. I'm not sure if there are tutorials in Crusader Kings, but I wonder. I mean, there are.
The best thing to do is just play the game and just keep failing until you get the hang of it.
Yeah.
That's what I find. The best way to learn is to fail.
Right.
And that's what I'll claim more than any other Total War YouTuber, is that I have failed more than any of them.
Right. Both within the game and like your wider career.
Oh no, not in the game. I always win.
Yeah.
No, in the in
your career.
In the career, I've made more mistakes than anyone else.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that's the nature of being a pioneer. Would you say?
I don't know. I just think it's. I'm not afraid of failure, and I think that if you just go headfirst into something, just try it and learn as you go. I find that to be the best way. Trial and error, sort of. It's the way the world works anyway. I think a lot of people try to like learn the game completely before they ever play it. They like read the game guides and they study it, and then they try to play it. But I think it's still better to just go in and play it. It takes less time and you'll get a better feel for it, because sometimes the tutorials will teach you bad habits. Right. As was the case in like the older Total War games, like Rome 1 and Medieval 2, a lot of the tutorials taught you bad habits.
Right. And do they encourage things like balanced armies, whereas you're always like...
No, that's not really the case. They just would give you incorrect information. Like, I remember in Rome 1 tutorial, it said that that forts in regions would lower the chance of rebels spawning, which actually was false. And I remember back in the day, like when it first came around, it was actually a big battle to get people to drop this notion. That actually has nothing to do with rebel spawning. Rebel spawning is entirely random based on how many rebels are already existing in the world. So the more rebels you take out, the more times the rebels will spawn. So what you would do is instead lure the rebels out into the wilderness and just leave them there. And that way no new rebels will spawn.
And just the fact that you've noticed those intricacies in the game is just like, I think that's why people love watching you, is that you are clearly someone who is an authority on the game, and you've put in the time to understand like different tactics to make to dominate, essentially. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
So that's why I bring, like, you seem all humble, me saying that like you're the GOAT of Total War, but like I think you'd be the authority on like success on campaign. But it is interesting that you don't really engage with multiplayer, right?
Well, I used to. It's just that I don't really get anything out of it, so I just don't really bother. The Total War scene for multiplayer is a bit bare bones. I gave it a shot back in 2016 with the channel and really saw pretty poor results out of it. And it's one of those areas where I just don't feel like there's that much. Like, the Total War fan base is split up into all these different categories. People who play multiplayer, people who love single player, people who are legendary, all this kind of stuff. And I think that the portion that play multiplayer is relatively small to the number of creators that are already covering multiplayer. And so I could have a very small piece of that pie. I could have a piece of a very small pie, or I could focus on the bigger pie, which I actually enjoy, which is campaign, which is a much bigger pie, and I get a nice big slice of that. So that's kind of where I'm thinking of. If multiplayer was bigger than it actually is, I probably would dabble in it a little bit more, but it really isn't. And I'm quite happy to just let the other creators that are covering multiplayer to just do that without having to worry about competing with me. Just let them have that. Yeah. Because when I was covering it, it really wasn't doing me any favors. You know, I wasn't enjoying it. It wasn't doing anything for the channel. So what's the point? I don't see any upside for me covering multiplayer. But if anything ever changed, like if they actually developed an avatar conquest system again, or the multiplayer scene got a lot bigger and a lot more enjoyable, then yeah, I'd consider going back to multiplayer. But I just don't see that happening, because these games are getting less and less multiplayer features. Now they're actually getting to the point where multiplayer isn't even available on launch, which was the case with Three Kingdoms. It's just not a priority, which is weird because they balance the battles around multiplayer.
Okay. Right. And like it seems like games are like more and more. You want more and more players in the one world. Like it seems to be a trend in the gaming industry. Like just you sitting alone playing a campaign against AI. Like, is that necessarily where the industry is going? Like, because
No,
because
not
like
necessarily. Well, it just depends. Just depends. I don't know about gaming trends.
right.
All I know is when it comes to Total War, where things currently are, not where things are going. So at the moment, things are mostly campaign, but I think a lot of people do play multiplayer campaigns. But I think that if you're playing a single player campaign, people who are trying to play multiplayer campaigns will still watch you, whereas people who are playing multiplayer competitive battles won't watch me.
Right. So it seems like when you're creating content, it's got to be a synergy between what you want to do and also what the audience will want to see as well.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be a synergy. You can't just have it unbalanced and be one thing entirely. Like, if only the audience is happy but I'm miserable, then that doesn't work. That's unsustainable. If I'm doing something that I enjoy but the audience doesn't like it, then that's unsustainable. So there has to be that synergy. So that's where the disaster battles work because I relatively enjoy doing them. Not all of them, but I can tolerate it.
Right.
And the viewers, they enjoy it. So it works. I'm adequately compensated for my time. It's a very stable system. I just try to do the best I can. But as soon as I deviate from that, things start to go backwards.
Right.
Like, for example, Doomstack videos, right? Doomstacks used to do amazingly well, but Doomstacks are not popular in Warhammer 3. And so I'm finding myself doing less and less of them, because I don't really care about Doomstacks either. And every time I do one of those videos, they just don't perform well, so I just stopped doing them.
Right. That might have been before when I started paying attention to where so you would cover like how to build like a steam tank doom stack or something like that.
Yeah, and I would rate it.
Right.
Yeah, rate it.
Okay.
People would send in the Doomstack, and I'd take a look at it. And sometimes they would come up with something that would surprise me. I still get Doomstack submissions, but it's mostly stuff that I've seen before, and there's not really much new. Sometimes people bring in these really awful Doomstacks that are hugely exploitative. Nobody's actually going to end up building it, so I just don't bother covering it.
Right. So what does the next couple of days look like for you? Is it you going to produce, upload one video at least, and then there might be some other things mixed in like the live stream and or maybe some other content?
Next few days will just be probably just regular videos. I just don't really feel like live streaming at the moment, so I'm not. I don't see myself live streaming at all in August.
Right.
I know that there's a DLC coming. I don't know the extent of my involvement. Creative Assembly have said that they are likely to give me early access to it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take them up on that offer. I need to have a look at the embargo stuff, see how much it's changed. So we'll see. I mean, if everything looks good, then I'll live stream it, but I've got a lot going on in August.
Right. So you do have like a roadmap for the kind of things you want to be doing?
No, I wouldn't say it's a roadmap. I'd pretty much day to day. Like, for example, I have today's video ready to go.
Right.
That I don't have tomorrow's video. I make it on the day that it's needed.
Okay.
So every day I have to get something done.
Right.
But I don't have things planned in advance. I used to have things done days in advance, but I think as my enthusiasm has sort of decreased, I kind of leave it to the last minute now.
But your channel is constantly evolving. Like you've started to introduce reading out the emails, which people seem to be liking.
Well, I try to change things up a little bit.
Yeah.
At the moment, things are pretty quiet, so these are sort of minor changes that I'll make every now and again. But I think people are getting a little bit bored of it. I had some of the email like posted in the thumbnail, and then it wasn't really working, and so I took that out and just got to make adjustments. You have to constantly evolve. If you make a type of content and thumbnail or whatever, and you just stick to that forever, you will find that you will decay quite quickly. So you just have to constantly evolve to what the users want, and that's hard to determine. Sometimes you have to look at the numbers, and the feedback.
Yeah. Like how many views on a video, like would you start getting concerned like that was a real flop?
If a video was unable to get 30,000 views within a 24-hour period, that's a concern for me.
Okay.
Now, that's not anywhere near what I'm sort of used to.
Yeah.
So I'm used to getting maybe 50,000 views in a 24-hour period on a video.
Yeah.
And now that is probably considered quite high. Things have decayed a little bit since Warhammer 3. This is not the peak of the channel at all.
Right.
But I don't think it's the peak of Total War either. And I also think COVID being over has made a big difference with it. And so it's hard to exactly pinpoint what's causing problems, if there are problems. But things are quiet but stable, and I think that that's okay. Like, I'm not raging every second day and losing my damn mind like I was last year.
Right.
I was absolutely losing my mind last year with all that stuff going on.
And yeah, it just must be hard to grapple with that and then having to face up to a live stream. Like, every day.
Yeah, well, that's what made it even worse. Like, mentally not healthy, and then I'd go onto a live stream, people could see that I was in not a very good state and be like, "Ooh, I know, I'm going to poke at him," which I don't respond to very well.
Right.
So I had to put a stop to live streams because of that.
Right.
There's only so much you can do to resist your own nature. I knew that people would say, "Oh, just ignore the comments," but I just wasn't able to do it, so I had to stop.
Well, I think as we all get wiser, we understand when we might start becoming a bit self-destructive, and it's like important to try and change behaviors.
I think that was the problem. I had to know myself, and I know my own limitations. Like, it'd be great if I could just flip a switch and be perfect, but I just can't. Especially when the kind of personality that I have, that I don't think is a bad thing, I like to be transparent about what I'm feeling about the game at any given time. And in Warhammer 2, I was able to mostly be positive about it because that's how I was feeling. But with Warhammer 3, there's a lot of negativity, and it still persists now. And it's hard to not talk about that when I actually want to talk about it. And so I have a choice to do a live stream where I just don't read the chat whatsoever, which will hurt the stream. Or I read the chat and there's negativity here and there, which hurts the live stream, which therefore hurts the channel, so I just don't live stream. So I think it's been fine this year, just not live streaming. Obviously I make a lot less money, but I'm under a lot less stress.
It's just about getting that balance.
Yeah, it's important to have a good work-life balance. If things are spiraling out of control, then something's got to give. I mean, I was really heading towards a nervous breakdown.
Well, understanding that and making changes is like how you do avoid, like Mark Norman, the comedian, says, like, you don't want to be that guy breaking down in Chili's. And I think Chili's is like just an American like diner or something. So like, you know, you really just don't want to be having like a public freak out, right? And so keeping on top of your mental health and making sure that you don't leave your house in a very unstable state, like, that's important. And so you're muted.
Sorry, I
That's all right.
don't know what happened. Yeah, that's where I was heading. I was heading towards having a breakdown at Chili's, essentially. And people do often ask me now if I'm ever going to come back to live streaming, but the situation doesn't... it's not... the situation isn't right for me to come back to do what I did before. And I don't even know if I could come back, because, as I said before, it took a massive toll on me, which I don't even think I'm ever truly going to recover from.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you keep doing something that triggers some kind of feeling that you might have suffered in the past, like having that flashbacks essentially is like not healthy.
Yeah, it's not flashbacks. It's just the whole live streaming, like from midnight to 6 o'clock in the morning, is inherently unhealthy, and then doing that for years on end is super unhealthy.
Right.
And I'm just not as young as I used to be, and so I can't get away with that like I used to. And if I was to do it, the game has to be the community has to be in a position where it's really positive, and I don't see that happening anytime soon. In fact, I don't see it happening again for Warhammer 3. It has to be for a different Total War game, whatever comes next, which I don't think will be Pharaoh.
Right. Well, Yeah, we've been talking for
4 hours, yeah.
right. Yeah.
Jeez. It's the longest interview ever.
Yeah.
But it's been good. I like talking about this kind of stuff.
Mm.
And you've asked some good questions. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well,
And what I liked about this conversation is that you didn't go off topic and ask stupid things like, what's your favorite color?
right.
We stayed on topic like the entire time. We didn't divert from Total War at all. So I really appreciate that because I don't like it when that happens.
Yeah, the whole personal questions, it's irrelevant,
Yeah,
right?
you didn't ask any personal questions at all. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have a degree in journalism that I have not earned a cent from, and I understand that you did uni, but you're a little bit your sentiment towards your degree isn't overly positive because you understood that the skills you learnt in your degree you probably could have just done on the job or whatever. Is that right?
Yes. So I was raised as a millennial that you have to go to university, you have to go and get a degree.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until after I had a degree did I realize that my expertise did not have to be learned in a school. I could have learnt it on my own. I didn't have to go to university. I don't necessarily regret going to university. I had good life experiences there, but my degrees are inherently worthless.
Yeah. And I'll be using some of the content that you have given us with this interview in a written article about like your career, and but I've got another story idea, which is essentially how much do universities make students aware that whilst the loans that you get for HEX to study at Australian University are interest free, the debts do index according to inflation,
Yeah.
and so your debts do increase. But I don't recall reading anything about that when I signed up to my uni degree, and I haven't earned any money from my uni degree, so it's just like, and we've got generations of kids still going through that, so it's just like,
This is the fundamental problem that I discovered after doing university, is that if everybody does something, that thing inherently becomes worth less. So before everybody went and had a degree, only a few people had degrees, and so those people would be higher valued to be hired. But when everybody has a degree, you are just another sea in another faces. And so what I learned is that you have to distinguish yourself in other ways, which is what I've tried to do on YouTube, and what I can try to continue to do is try to stand out from the crowd and be different. And what I've tried to tell everybody else that has asked, how do you be successful on YouTube? You have to be different and you have to stand out and you have to force the world to recognize you, because if you don't do it, nobody else is going to. And it will make some people call you an asshole, but you have to take what is yours, because nobody is going to give it to you. It doesn't matter what you do at university, what degrees, and how much you think you deserve something. You have to take what's yours. You have to take it violently, and you have to screw people over, but you have to demand what is rightfully yours, what you feel is rightfully yours.
right.
You have to fight for it. And you don't learn that at university. At least I didn't.
Yeah. And I think that's where, like, I love my parents, but there's certain ideas that are perhaps outdated, and perhaps that is one where, like, yeah, you've got to have your degree. Well, yeah, maybe that's an age-old philosophy, like, that is outdated at this point, as you
I think
mentioned.
it also depends on the industry that you're in. So I think when you're in an art-ish degree industry, which I would say is what we are both in a subjective performance,
Yeah.
where it's not black and white, then university degrees are not necessarily useful, because you oftentimes will inherit the poor decisions or poor ideologies of your professors. And that's what I found in the degree that I was in. People were picking up old people's bad habits, and so these old bad habits were being continued on long after they were useful. And so I realized that I had to make my own path. I had no mentor. I had nobody to look up to. I had to pave my own path when the path was not clear at all. and find my own way. And that's difficult. But if you're in medicine or anything where everything is very much scientific, there is a sort of right and wrong.
Yeah.
That's different. You need a degree with that kind of stuff, with medicine and engineering and that kind of stuff. But yeah, with the arts and subjective performance stuff, then I don't think you need to go to university. Just do it.
Right.
Just do it.
And in the course of doing YouTube, I mean, you would have learnt video editing, and you would have learnt like how to deliver to an audience better than
I learned video editing when I was in high school, self-taught. So
yeah,
it's very easy to learn how to use a editing software.
Right.
You don't need a degree to do it. Like if you have the desire to do video editing, then you just need to know how to use a computer.
Right.
That's it. You'll just figure it out as you go.
Mm.
And obviously you'll get better over time, but you don't need a degree. You will, in my opinion, you will get better faster by doing your own projects, by learning as you do things and making mistakes than you ever will reading from a textbook and listening to a lecturer.
Mm. Yeah. And I think like the internet means that the proliferation of knowledge is so high that
exactly. You can't underestimate the power of self-teaching.
Yeah.
It's very powerful, especially within the arts.
Right.
Teach yourself the skills that you need, because if you are taught by other people, you will learn their way of doing something that is subjective.
Right.
Like teaching in painting, just do it. Learn your own path and find who you are as that particular artist. You don't need somebody else to tell you how to paint, how to write. None of that. Just do it. Find your own style. Same thing with journalism, with YouTube. Don't copy me. Don't copy that person. Do it your own way. Let your individual personality shine the way that it's supposed to, that makes you unique.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I remember I gave you a super chat and it said it was unfortunately like 2 a.m. in a...
I appreciate that. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, that's your catchphrase.
Yeah.
You know, I've still got merchandise ideas for you. Get some of your catchphrases on.
Merchandise and stuff is just it's been a. I've had merchandise deals that just completely fell through, just wasted so much of my time. So now I just like. Sometimes I think to myself, I could probably make a lot of money with merchandise, but I also know that I don't need it, so I just don't think about it. But anyway, go on.
But like, you know, some of your catchphrases, I think like, you know, if I saw one of your fans wearing a T-shirt that said something along the lines of, I thought of a meme where, you know, where it's like Channing Tatum in one of those movies is like, my name is Jeff, and then and then it would be your face saying, no worries, dude, thanks for the super chat or whatever. I thought that would just be a funny. And if I saw someone wearing a shirt like that in the street, I would be like, you know, that's a classic moment. And that's where like merch is like beyond just like being a source of income. It's also just like it spreads your culture.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess I think the thing with me and merchandise with that kind of stuff is that I kind of never really see myself as like a big YouTuber, and maybe like a medium-sized YouTuber. So I just don't think I have that kind of influence where I can sell T-shirts and merch and that kind of stuff. It just feels a bit off. And also the demographic that I have is, you know, mostly men, mostly over 20s. Just didn't really see that as being needed for them. I don't know.
Right. But there is kind of some memes that you have in your emojis, like a horse sandwich is like an emoji if you join to your channel, right? So I think you have a way of understanding like what the certain memes are within your brand, right? And like obviously lover of cheese. And so if you were to just like put that on a T-shirt or something, I think it might sell well, because like essentially if someone was to wear a T-shirt that had like you with some cheese on it, it would be like saying, this is what I like. It's like getting a tattoo. It's like, this is what I like. And then if you bump into someone who also vibes with that, and it just creates like a fun moment.
Yeah. Possibly. It's something that I'll definitely think about. I think with merchandising, I would want to wait at least until things pick up with the Total War scene. I don't think now's a great time for that kind of stuff to be shilling off merchandise, especially when my integrity is called into question all the time. It makes the message harder to get across when I'm like, we gotta stop Creative Assembly's corporate greed, buy my t-shirts. It's harder to get that message across when I'm doing that kind of stuff, that's all.
Right.
And you're probably right, I probably would make a lot more money if I did that kind of stuff, but I think it's way more important that I fight this fight at the moment. And once it's over and Creative Assembly's doing good work again, which will eventually happen with or without my help, then I can think about shilling again. But right now I can't be.
Right, so you are optimistic about Creative Assembly
Okay, so
coming good.
I am both optimistic and cynical at the same time. It's really interesting. But the thing is, I don't need to express myself, my optimism towards Creative Assembly, because that's not going to do anything, right? But expressing my cynicism might speed up the process. I just want it to get faster, get to this point quicker, where they're back on track.
Right.
So I do believe that Creative Assembly has periods of highs and periods of lows. This is a low period at the moment. It sucks to be in it, and I just want to get it over with as quickly as possible. This is where I think Creative Assembly is making their worst decisions. They're behaving the worst, but they'll get back on track as they usually do. Because it happened with Rome too. Really quite appalling behavior with Creative Assembly, and they went back on track, and we had a high, and it lasted a few years, and that was great. I just want to get back to that high.
And was it the numbers? The numbers of like the player base was low enough where they what instigated that change? Like, would you?
I think it's not any one thing. I think it's a series of things. I think that when they have enough disappointments, like they had Total War Attila, which was a disappointment. They had Thrones of Britannia with a disappointment, and they can see that things were going really well with Warhammer 2. That they sort of went back on track a little bit. They revisited a lot of their ideas and refined things. And then they had Three Kingdoms, which was a really solid launch. It was really quite a good launch for a Total War game. And I think that they've forgotten about that again. They just don't learn these lessons permanently, because the people who are in charge are not the same people who were in charge back then. We have to constantly teach the new executives how this community actually operates and what we will and won't tolerate. And I do hope that as a community we can do that in as a respectful way as possible by not harassing Creative Assembly. That's a big problem as well. It doesn't happen a lot, but some people go out of their way to actually email the developers and tell them that they're going to hunt them down and horrible things. And that's not what I mean at all. Best way to get a message over to Creative Assembly is either buy or don't buy their games. That's it.
Right.
Otherwise, they don't listen. And when it comes to the other creators, the best advice that I could give to them in terms of how they would deal with Creative Assembly is take that relationship with a pinch of salt. So don't believe anything that they say, but anything that you get, accept it and just watch your back.
Yeah.
You might find a knife in it if you're not careful.
At the end of the day, you gave them a try as far as being in their program, and you've learnt from it.
And they also gave me a try as well. It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm of the belief that unless giving people a go is everyone deserves a go, but then you do also have a right to understand what that other entity's behavior is, and therefore not engage with them in the future. Yeah. So you gave the program a try. Wasn't for you.
I'm still associated with it. It's just not. My involvement with the program changes. So it used to be that I was just the same as anybody else in the program. I was in their Discord. I would chat to them. I would go to these meetings called roundtables, and be relatively involved. but I found that that was mostly a waste of time. So I've stopped doing the stuff that was wasting my time because it's of no value to me. So I don't go to those meetings anymore. You know, if they invite me to a meeting, I say I'm not going to it because what's the point? I don't get anything out of it. I don't provide those feedbacks anymore because it's just a waste of my time. I just take what is going to be of some value to me, and I try to give back to them what is going to be some value to them, as long as they're actually going to make use of it. Like, I'm not going to waste my time and give them a report on bugs and stuff that they're just going to ignore. It's just waste my time, and I don't get paid for it. If they paid me, it'd be a completely different story.
I'll never forget the first and only corporate job I ever had was just like, I wanted to climb the rungs. I was like naively ambitious. And so I actually wrote up some reports of like different aspects of the business that I was exposed to on the ground level. As essentially like it was a call center, like selling insurance. And I wrote this big long email of different points that I felt like the business could improve upon, and it was just like fell on deaf ears. And so it is just interesting, like just across the board, whenever you have like a company whose culture isn't about innovation, there's really no channels
Yeah, that's
to
the thing. That's a hard lesson to learn. These corporations, their culture isn't about innovation, it's about submission. You submit to what they tell you to do, and you just do as you're told. They're not looking for people to break out and think outside the box. They've got a very narrow way of doing things, and you just be on board or get out, sort of thing. I remember I was the last corporate job I had. The company was clearly in the wrong with something that happened, and I was talking to a customer, and I apologized, and the company was clearly in the wrong. And the manager took me aside after that conversation and said, "Look, never apologize to the customer, no matter what. We were wrong in that situation, but never apologize to them." And I learned something that day about these corporations. Like, they know a lot of the times they're in the wrong, but they will never ever admit it.
Right.
And I think that's a bit of a problem, because one of the things that helped me grow as a person was firstly admitting when I was wrong, because we all make mistakes, especially corporations. Corporations have the most blood on their hands than anyone else, but they don't allow themselves to admit that they're wrong, which means they don't allow themselves to improve and become better. Because it's a good thing, I think, to admit when we fall, because we all do. Nobody's perfect. Nobody expects us all to be perfect.
Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of wisdom shared in the last few hours, so yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
I'm actually pretty tired now.
Yeah, man. Well, like, you know, I've never seen someone with the stamina that you have, as far as like sitting in a chair. Like,
yeah. On my gravestone, they'll say he had unlimited stamina for sitting in a chair.
Yeah. Like, I remember you saying, like, my throat is so sore after you just played, like, that charity live stream for... Yeah. It ended up being, like, you had to get the Sword of Cain, so it was, like...
25 hours or something.
I mean, that is unbelievable. And you're having to eat while on camera, like, you know... It's like, ma'am! Like the South Park skit, where you have to...
Yeah,
remember that one?
I don't know. Yep, I know.
That's... Ma'am, toilet!
I've been doing this mostly all my life. I'm just conditioned to this kind of stuff, to sitting down and like grinding out really long hours. I'm just conditioned to it, so it's fine. But yeah, afterwards I crash pretty hard.
Right.
That's the thing. I fight hard and I crash hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy for you that you know, it might be tantalizing to jump on the live streams, but having that hanging over you to like back it up day after day, like, and you're doing it for so long.
I do think about doing live streams all the time, but now I think, is this actually going to be a good idea or not? Am I in a good state of mind to do this? And most of the time the answer is just no. I'm still kind of recovering as much as I can, knowing it's just not the right time. to return to live streaming yet.
Hmm.
Videos are so much easier because you just don't have that live audience pestering you.
Right.
Not that I don't love my audience, but there's always just a small portion that just loves to see me get riled up, and it's just not a good experience for everyone else.
And like the ability for you to identify what might be worth reading out in the chat while you're playing the game is phenomenal. Like,
I'm not great at that, honestly. Sometimes I miss really important stuff, and sometimes I pick a conversation that I really shouldn't. So I wouldn't praise me too much in that area. That's something that I could definitely improve on.
right, but like if I'm observing the chat, I'm like, what might Legend like talk about here? And it seems like you do really like it when it's just focused on Total War and like
I do, yeah.
like
I
you'll
do get distracted,
pinpoint
but
that.
I prefer just to... I could talk about this franchise, as I said, for hours and hours on end. I'm passionate about it. But
Yeah.
sometimes people will be like, what's your idea on gun control? Shut that down. We don't want to talk about that.
Right. Yeah. But look, I'm sure like part of the reason why people would tune into you is to see someone who's very good at Total War play Total War, but it's also part of your personality. Like people want to see what you have to say about certain things. So, I suppose it's common sense that people might try and engage you in that sort of thing.
Yeah, against some things. I think in this day and age as well, people do want to hear your opinions, but they mostly just want to do it to validate their own. So if your opinion is going to deviate from their opinion in some way, then you oftentimes will clash. So it's not good to be in that situation. So if they ask about something that is 99.9% of people are going to have the same opinion, then that's an easy conversation. But if you're going to talk about like a charged topic, then that's something to avoid. Especially if it's not about Total War. If it's about Total War, that's different, because I could probably do my channel a big favor by not fighting as hard as I do against Pharaoh, especially. Like if I just ignored it completely, it would do a lot better. But I think it's a conversation worth having that in the long run will yield benefits. But I don't know. You got to pick your battles.
And whatever keeps you beyond motivated to produce content, and if part of that content is being outspoken about certain things, then
that's actually not a motivator. I kind of do that because I feel like I have to. I hate fighting this stuff. It exhausts me completely.
Right.
I don't want to fight Creative Assembly anymore. I really don't. So I think that's a big misconception that I like enjoy picking a fight with Creative Assembly. I really, really don't want to do it.
Right.
I feel like I have to do it. Like it's my responsibility to fight them. Like if I don't do it, there's going to be a bigger disaster later down the track.
Right.
So I feel obligated to do it, not that I want to. I would love nothing more than to just sit here in these conversations and be like, I love Creative Assembly. They're great. They just do everything that I want them to in a developer. They treat their staff well, and they make great games. They make the odd mistake, but who doesn't? I wish I could sit here and say that. I really do. That'd be my dream if we could sit here in 10 years from now and say that.
Right. Well, maybe if we make enough money, we can become shareholders or something, and then have real say. What do you reckon?
No, no, I'm not getting involved with that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to become a shareholder at Creative Assembly. No, I think that's a. I'm best being not involved, because here's the problem: if I become a shareholder, then I'll want profit from it. So it's best if I'm separate from that situation. So
Right.
I don't know. That's a lot more complicated and also a bit more fanciful. Thinking about being able to own a piece of Creative Assembly. For one thing, it's not realistic, and you'd have to get a lot of money together. That's not realistic for either of us, I think, at this stage at least.
Yeah. Well, if you sell enough merch.
If I had a ballpark of how much it would cost to buy Creative Assembly, I'd say it'd be $1 billion.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think like
I'm going to sell that much merch.
right. Major Kill seems to say that the margins on it aren't even that good. So
Yeah. Yeah, the margins aren't great, so you need to sell like absolutely tons, or you need to overprice it. And I don't know. Like I said, merch is difficult. I mean, it's easy if you're a hentai peddler because you're just selling images. I'm very jealous of his success on hentai. I never want to do that, but at the same time, that's good money he's making.
Right.
Very proud of Major Kill. He's done a good job.
Yeah.
He's like the little brother I never had, even though I have like 3 little brothers. God damn it. No.
So you're the eldest, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too. I mean, that's why, like, we both went to university. We're both the eldest brothers. I think there's just like, I would imagine that a lot of the eldest child probably like forging a certain path that might not be correct, but maybe the younger ones can learn from. Would you say?
Oh, I was definitely the practice child. It was.
Right.
It was. Yeah. My parents were harsher. At least it felt like they were. They were harsher on me than they were on the others. But at the same time, I was definitely the worst of them. In like the most difficult to deal with way, because I was a master manipulator. I would do my crimes through my siblings. I would get them to do the troublesome things. Like, I would tell my brother to hit my other brother so that I wouldn't get in trouble.
Well, you are good in diplomacy, right?
Yeah,
So.
that's it. I would manipulate them. Like, I would... so I was the hardest, dealt the harshest, because I was the worst. Because
Right.
I was subtle.
Right.
You know?
But it would still become discovered, would it? Like, your parents would be like... Or you'd...
I could get away with a lot if I really put my mind to it. I was really good at getting out of trouble, but a lot of the time, I think with me that I actually owned up to it because I wasn't trying not to get away with it. I was just seeing if I could.
Right.
And oftentimes, I just enjoyed like the chaos.
And trying to cheese life or trying to find exploits in life, right?
Yeah. So this is one thing that I did. We should really wrap this up soon. But this was my greatest crime that I did with my parents. So my middle brother, he would write his name on everything like graffiti, and so we had this like wooden chair that was covered by a cloth. And so one time I got my fingernail and I carved out his name in the chair, and I just left it, and it went months and months and months, right? Until one day my mum opened up the sheet and looked at it and saw his name written there, and it was like had been dried up and everything, and they were just sitting there yelling at him, "Why did you do this? It's your name. Why did you do this?" And he goes, "It wasn't me, I swear." You know, it's just like, yeah, it was me. And I owned up to it straight away, but I just wanted to see what it would be like if that happened, because if I didn't own up to it, you know, that I really screwed my brother over there. But I owned up to it straight away, so we didn't get into any trouble. I got into trouble, but I just wanted to see if I could do it, and I could.
Right, and you could have been silent.
I did a behavior that was not something that I would normally do, but what my brother would do, but I did it and framed him, but I owned up to it. That's the kind of person I was.
Right.
So if you're gonna get away with the crime, do something that somebody else would do, but it's not within your character.
Right. So it's easy to frame them.
It's easier to frame them if they have a
pattern of behavior.
A pattern of behavior that is not your pattern of behavior.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well.
Yeah, we should probably wrap things up now.
Yeah.
We're approaching 5 hours.
Yes.
It's been a good chat.
Yeah. So I'll just stop the recording. Yeah. So thanks again.